Chapter 199. The purple spear radiance blossomed like fireworks, incomparably beautiful. However, beauty and danger were often proportional. Gu Yuyang and the other three immediately felt a fatal danger. Poof! 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 3 flowers of blood blossomed as the purple spear radiance pierced through the throats of the 3 rank 9 martial artists in the blink of an eye. Du Bianqing had killed martial artists below the martial sage realm with ease. His opponents had no chance to retaliate. As for the half-step martial sage Gu Yuyang, he also had no chance to retaliate. However, Du Bianqing had thrown out an array disc, giving him a chance to catch his breath. As a direct descendant of the Gu clan, Gu Yuyang's status was obviously not ordinary. He was only a half-step martial sage, but the array disc he had thrown out was a grade 2 copper wall array. The second-level formation, the bronze wall formation, could completely defend against the attack of a beginner martial sage. Unfortunately, Gu Yuyang only threw out a formation plate instead of the bronze wall formation in the form of a formation plate. Therefore, the bronze wall formed by the formation was still pierced through by Du Bianqing's spear. Poof! Gu Yuyang was sent flying by the spear, blood splattering from his chest. Most of the spear's power had been blocked by the copper wall array. Although Gu Yuyang was heavily injured, he had not been killed instantly. The Blood Ghost sect and the Dong Fu sect are allied forces. Why did you kill us? Gu Yuyang, who had fallen far away, covered the bleeding wound on his chest and shouted angrily at Du Bianqing. You wanted to go back and report to the Blood Ghost sect so that they could share the benefits of this star crystal load. Don't you deserve to die? Du Bianqing was in a good mood. With a happy smile on his face, he stabbed his spear again, nailing Gu Yuyang to the ground. This star crystal load belongs to the Dong Fu sect. Du Bianqing stared at Gu Yuyang's corpse with a smile, but his voice was cold. At this moment, Yixing had already arrived at the other side of the canyon. He faced off against the 5 martial sages from Du Bian City and looked at them coldly. Du Bianqing wanted to silence him and the 4 Blood Spectre sect disciples so that the East Fu sect could obtain the star crystal load alone. Yixing also wanted the Falling Star sect to obtain the star crystal load alone. Therefore, he wanted to capture the 5 martial saints in one fell swoop to prevent them from leaking the news. 2 1-star martial saints, 1 2-star martial saint, and 2 3-star martial saints. Yixing sized up Du Bianqing and the other martial sages and felt great pressure. These 5 people were much stronger than Zichuanyu's group. This was especially true for Du Bianqing, who was wielding the purple plume spear. His strength was not weaker than a 4-star martial sage. Even the coiling snake formation had been broken by his spear. He was very difficult to deal with. Now, Yixing had no outside help and could only rely on himself. The only thing he could rely on was the dual astrology he had awakened when he broke through to the celestial vortex realm. However, it was hard to judge the strength of his astral energy without going through an actual battle. While observing the 5 martial sages from Du Bian City, Yixing naturally scanned them with his super brain. A small discovery instantly lifted his spirits. Yixing also saw a ball of flame in the minds of the 5 martial saints. However, the color of the flames in their minds was different from his. They were all orange. Moreover, the size of their flames were different. The 2 1-star martial saints had 2 and 3 clusters of flames, the 2 2-star martial saints had 4 clusters of flames, and the 2 3-star martial saints had 6 and 9 clusters of flames, respectively. Red and orange. Yixing realized that the color of the heavens was very similar to the color of the blood fate stone. Moreover, Yixing was a 2-star heaven's will, which was the most common red life. The flames in his mind were red and there were 2 flames. Didn't this mean that he was a 2-star red life? As for the 5 martial saints, the 2 1-star martial saints had 2 and 3 flames respectively. This represented a 2-star orange life and a 3-star orange life. The 2-star martial saints had 4 flames, which represented a 4-star orange life. The two 3-star martial saints had 6 and 9 flames respectively, which represented a 6-star orange life and a 9-star orange life. The more Yixing thought about it, the more he felt that his judgment was reliable. The flames in his mind should be the heaven's will, or the manifestation of the heaven's will. Others couldn't directly see the level of the heaven's will. Before Yixing became a martial saint, he couldn't see it either. It could be seen that after Yixing became a martial saint, the super brain had become one with his brain and had evolved. After the evolution, the super brain could scan the level of the heaven's will. This was an unexpected surprise. If others wanted to know the level of the heaven's will, they had to use the blood fate stone to test it. However, Yixing could directly scan it with his super brain. No matter if it was his or someone else's will, he could see it with a glance. After killing Gu Yuyang and the other 3, Du Bianqing turned his fierce gaze to Yixing. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. After staring at Yixing for a few breaths, Du Bianqing said in a cold voice, "So it was you who killed junior brother Yu and the others." Du Bianqing obviously recognized Yixing. The other 4 martial saints also recognized him. They were all from sects, so they naturally recognized Yixing, who was on the East Futian sect's blacklist. Yixing nodded. "It was me." Du Bianqing stared at Yixing, as if he wanted to see Yixing's fear. Unfortunately, he failed. Yixing was still calm. "You relied on the star crystal spiritual essence to break through to the star vortex realm. Your cultivation isn't very high, but you have guts." Du Bianqing's voice was cold. Yixing's calm reaction in front of him made him very unhappy. Yixing nodded again. "That's right. Now I'm thinking about how to kill you." "Ha ha ha." Du Bianqing was so angry that he laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Without the formation, you are nothing but an ant. Senior brother Cheng, let me capture this little thief alive. Senior brother Cheng can torture him slowly to avenge junior brother Yu." Another 3-star martial saint said loudly. He had been injured by Yixing's coiling snake formation, so he hated Yixing to the core. Without the formation, Du Bianqing regarded Yixing as an ant. Naturally, he was too lazy to do it himself. The other 3-star martial saint, Zichuanjian, was the brother of Zichuanyu. It was reasonable for him to capture Yixing to avenge Zichuanyu. Du Bianqing nodded to Zichuanjian. "Junior brother Jian, don't worry about my opinion. Kill him however you want." "Okay." Zichuanjian's eyes were filled with excitement. As he spoke, Zichuanjian raised his hand. A long and narrow spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. He walked step by step toward Yixing. Zichuanjian stared at Yixing with murderous eyes and said word by word, "Boy, I will first cut off your arms, then your legs, then your head. You will die without a complete corpse." Yixing raised his hand. The spiritual inscription bow and the green sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. He instantly knocked an arrow on the bow and said, "Your mind is too twisted. The fastest way to kill someone is to kill them with one shot. I only need one arrow to kill you. You, a mere 1-star martial saint, want to hurt me with a bow and arrow?" Zichuanjian's voice was filled with disdain. He also did not take Yixing seriously. Yixing did not say anything else. He activated the stacking wave arrow technique to the limit. The stacking wave arrow technique had reached 18 layers. The higher the layers, the harder it was to stack each layer. 18 layers was already the limit of the stacking wave arrow technique. In an instant, the green sandalwood arrow had already left the bow and shot towards Zichuanjian. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and made a loud sound. Yixing was not far away from Zichuanjian. The arrow left the bow and was already in front of Zichuanjian. "Break!" Zichuanjian shouted. His speed suddenly increased and he slashed down with his saber, bringing out a dazzling white saber light. Clang! With a loud sound, the green sandalwood arrow was sent flying. A 3-star martial saint's strength was not to be underestimated. Yixing was confident that this arrow was enough to kill a 2-star martial saint. However, it was still sent flying by Zichuanjian's saber. However, Zichuanjian did not feel good after sending the green sandalwood arrow flying. With that loud sound, the spiritual weapon in his hand trembled and buzzed. His forward speed suddenly came to a halt. The terrifying power almost made him take a step back. At this moment, his heart was incomparably shocked. A mere one-star martial saint's arrow was actually so powerful. It was really shocking. If the arrow hit his body, Zichuanjian's celestial essence would not be able to defend him. If the arrow hit his vital points, he would definitely be killed. Damn it! Zichuanjian roared. In an instant, the scene in the sky changed. A huge star appeared and he used the power of astrology. Although his astrology did not have any attributes, it was much bigger than the barren stars of ordinary martial saints. The star force that fell was more vigorous, causing his strength to increase by several times. Wuxi Zichuanjian, who used the power of astrology, was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he rushed in front of Yixing. Chapter 200. When Zichuanjian rushed over, Yixing shot another arrow. However, Zichuanjian, who had used the power of the astrology, was much more powerful and easily split the arrow apart. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual weapon brought out a dazzling blade radiance and chopped down on Yixing's head. If the saber hit its target, it might not be able to split Yixing's body in half, but it would at least split his head in half. Since Zichuanjian had used the power of the astrology, Yixing did not plan to block him with the arrow. The super brain had already scanned Zichuanjian's every move. Yixing had already predicted Zichuanjian's attack trajectory. Therefore, when the arrow left the bow, Yixing's body flashed and he used the cloud goose flight to quickly dodge to the side. The cloud goose flight was a top-grade lightness skill. Yixing's cloud goose flight had been cultivated to the transformation realm. Moreover, after he became a martial sage, he used his celestial essence and his speed was much faster than when he was a half-step martial sage. Although Zichuanjian's blade radiance was as fast as lightning, Yixing had already predicted it and dodged quickly. He successfully dodged the blade radiance. Whether it was Zichuanjian or the people in Dubian City who were not far away, they were all shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that Yixing could dodge Zichuanjian's lightness skill with just a top-grade lightness skill. What Zichuanjian had used was a spiritual martial lightness skill. Especially Zichuanjian's blade radiance skill. Even a martial sage who had cultivated a spiritual martial lightness skill would find it difficult to dodge. However, Yixing had used a top-grade lightness skill to dodge the attack. It was really shocking. Die! Zichuanjian's blade radiance skill did not hit Su Mo and he became angry. He shouted loudly and the blade radiance swept out like a moon. Low-grade spiritual martial skill, falling moon blade technique. Move, half moon dash. It was very difficult to cultivate a spiritual martial skill. Zichuanjian's falling moon blade technique had reached the small success stage and it was very fast. The saber swept towards Yixing as he dodged. A martial artist's attack speed far exceeded his movement speed. Hence, even if Yixing's speed was faster than a normal person's, it was still difficult for him to continuously dodge Zichuanjian's attacks. Even if Yixing was able to predict the enemy's movements, Zichuanjian's moves were too fast. By the time Yixing scanned the trajectory of Zichuanjian's attack, the other's spirit weapon had already reached his waist. Unless Yixing was able to completely dodge out of the attack range of the spirit weapon blade in an instant, otherwise, if he dodged in a small area, the opponent would be able to immediately change the trajectory of the attack and strike Yixing. After all, the strength of a 3-star martial sage was extraordinary. This saber strike had forced Yixing into a desperate situation. Black hole astrology. At this moment, Yixing immediately used the power of astrology. In an instant, the scene above his head changed and turned into a pitch-black whirlpool. In an instant, Zichuanjian's vision suddenly turned black. The whole world turned into darkness and he could not even see his fingers. The only thing he could see was a huge black whirlpool above him, which made his heart palpitate. This time, it was not the whole star continent that was shrouded in darkness. Only Zichuanjian felt the boundless darkness. Since he could not even see his fingers, how could Zichuanjian see Yixing? Naturally, he had become blind. What was more terrifying was that the black whirlpool in the sky seemed to have a strong devouring power. It made Zichuanjian feel that the star essence in his body was being forcibly sucked away and was about to leave his body. The sudden change made Zichuanjian's face turn pale. His heart was instantly filled with fear. The momentum of the saber strike suddenly weakened rapidly and its speed also stopped. When Yixing used the black hole astrology, he felt a little strange. He could feel every inch of space in all directions clearly. It was as if the darkness was his sense of touch. As long as it was in the darkness, there was nothing that he did not know. Seeing his opponent's momentum weaken and his speed stop, Yixing knew that his opponent had fallen into the darkness. He immediately leaned back. His legs were planted on the ground as if they were rooted. His body fell down and he immediately avoided the sweeping saber strike. Although it was said that he had avoided it, it was not completely avoided because Yixing's body was too close to the blade. As long as Zichuanjian could see it, he would have pressed the blade down slightly and it would still hit Yixing. Therefore, for a martial sage, such a dodge was almost useless. In the distance, Du Biancheng and the others did not feel the darkness of the black hole astrology. They only saw a black star suddenly appear above Yixing. It was blurry and they could only vaguely see the outline of it. They did not know what star it was. From their point of view, Yixing's dodging would only lead to his death. Zichuanjian pressed the blade down slightly and was about to slice off Yixing's stomach. However, to Du Biancheng and the others' surprise, Zichuanjian did not change the trajectory of the saber strike. The blade almost touched Yixing's clothes and cut above Yixing's stomach. The sharp saber qi even cut several cracks on Yixing's clothes on his stomach. However, Yixing's body was protected by the pure essence of the star essence. Moreover, his physical body had already cultivated the invincible golden body to the perfection realm. It was very tough. Even after being swept by the saber qi, he was not injured at all. Was Zichuanjian blind? Du Biancheng and the others were puzzled. However, what puzzled Du Biancheng and the others even more was yet to come. When the spirit weapon saber swept across Yixing's stomach, Yixing's body bounced back like a spring and his upper body instantly stood up. At the same time, a spiritual weapon short saber appeared in Yixing's hand. Whoosh! The spiritual weapon short saber instantly burst out a bright saber light and cut across the void. At the same time, Yixing took a step forward. His body suddenly rushed forward and the spiritual weapon short saber in his hand swept across Zichuanjian's neck. After the saber sweep, Zichuanjian suddenly retreated as if he could not see Yixing. However, when he retreated, Yixing advanced and did not pull away at all. The spiritual weapon short saber in Yixing's hand swept across Zichuanjian's throat in an instant. Not good. Du Biancheng and the others were shocked. Zichuanjian looked like he was really blind. He only knew how to retreat but did not know how to move his neck to avoid Yixing's attack. Yixing's attack on Zichuanjian's neck with the spiritual weapon short saber had no moves to speak of. It was just an ordinary slash. Logically speaking, Zichuanjian should not have been hit. However, the truth was that Zichuanjian's neck was instantly slashed with a deep wound. Blood spurted out and splattered out. Zichuanjian instantly let out a shrill scream. He covered his neck with one hand and waved the spiritual weapon saber in front of him in a flurry. However, Yixing had already circled around his body and stood behind him. Zichuanjian's attack was even aimed in the wrong direction. Naturally, it did not touch Yixing. The throat was a vital part of the human body. With a deep wound, Zichuanjian merely waved the spiritual weapon saber 5 or 6 times before his body fell backward and convulsed. He was already on the verge of death. Junior apprentice brother Jian. After Zichuanjian's throat was cut, while he was still waving the spiritual weapon saber in his hand, Du Biancheng roared and stabbed the purple quill spear in his hand towards Yixing. In an instant, a purple rainbow cut through the void and appeared in front of Yixing fast. The speed of this spear was so fast that Yixing could not even react in time. If Yixing had not paid attention to Du Biancheng, this spear would have already pierced his chest and killed him in one blow. However, even though Yixing had already expected this spear when Du Biancheng circulated his celestial essence and had already started to dodge, he still could not completely avoid this spear. Seeing that the purple quill spear was about to pierce his right chest, Yixing pushed the pure essence celestial essence in his body to the limit. The spiritual weapon short saber in his hand shone brightly and slammed against the spearhead, trying to push the spear away. Clang with a loud bang, the spiritual weapon short saber in Yixing's hand flew out in an instant and burst into the distance. The purple quill spear in Du Biancheng's hand only slightly deviated from its trajectory and brushed past Yixing's shoulder, leaving behind a bright red wound that bled profusely in an instant. That spear strike was simply too terrifying. It had almost killed Yixing with that strike. If this spear had pierced through his chest, Yixing would never have been able to escape from Du Biancheng's killing move. Even if Du Biancheng had merged into the darkness of the black hole astrology at this moment, he could no longer see Yixing's figure, only a huge dark vortex in the sky. What the hell is this? Could it be that Yixing's astrology has the effect of making people fall into darkness, making people unable to see anything? Du Biancheng was shocked and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he finally understood why Zichuanjian looked like he was blind. In this situation, the surroundings were so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. He was no different from a blind person. Du Biancheng's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately connected the current darkness with the darkness that he had felt earlier. He couldn't believe it. He immediately reacted. Gu Yuyang said that he was a half-step martial sage, but he is now a one-star martial sage and has an astrology that can make people blend into the dark world. Then, when the bright sun turned into darkness, could it be that his astrology had awakened? Although this was ridiculous, how could a person's astrology awaken cause the world to turn dark? Du Biancheng was very sure of his guess now that he was in the dark world. A sense of fear rose in Du Biancheng's heart at the thought that he couldn't see Yixing, but Yixing could see him clearly. Although Du Biancheng felt that his spear had pierced Yixing, he couldn't see Yixing's figure and didn't dare to attack blindly. He immediately retracted his spear and took a defensive stance. He circulated his celestial essence to his ears and listened to the sounds around him to determine Yixing's location. Du Biancheng's attack speed was extremely fast. After Yixing was stabbed by Du Biancheng's spear, Zichuanjian fell to the ground. At this moment, Yixing retreated to the side. He didn't counterattack Du Biancheng at all. Instead, he looked shocked. He felt a sudden surge of power coming from the black hole astrology and fusing into his mind. Yixing immediately scanned his mind with his super brain and a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 201. In Yixing's mind. The red flame that symbolized destiny suddenly changed. It went from 2 flames to 3 flames. In the time it took for Yixing to snap his fingers in shock, the number of flames increased from 3 to 4. This meant that Yixing's destiny had increased from a 2-star red life to a 3-star red life, and then to a 4-star red life. What was destiny? Destiny was preordained by the heavens. Since it was destined, how could it be changed? Regardless of whether it was the martial arts manuals Yixing had read or the knowledge he had learned, destiny was something that could not be changed. However, at this moment, his martial arts knowledge was shattered once again. Yixing was completely shocked. In the blink of an eye, another flame appeared, and now there were 5 flames. Yixing's destiny was still increasing. The cause of this was some kind of power transmitted from the black hole astrology. According to the law of conservation of energy, Yixing immediately realized that the power transmitted from the black hole astrology had to have a source. It couldn't have been created out of thin air. Yixing's gaze immediately turned to Zichuanjian's corpse. The super brain scanned Zichuanjian's head. Just as Yixing had expected, the orange flame that symbolized destiny in Zichuanjian's mind was gradually shrinking. The black hole astrology had actually devoured the destiny in Zichuanjian's mind and absorbed it into its own, causing its own destiny to increase. Devouring other people's destinies? The black hole astrology actually has such a heaven-defying effect? Yixing thought to himself in shock. Yixing had discovered 3 effects of the black hole astrology so far. The first was to create a world of darkness where the opponent would be blind. The second was to merge with the darkness and turn it into one's sense of touch, allowing one to sense everything in the darkness. The third was to devour other people's destinies to increase one's own destiny. These 3 effects didn't increase Yixing's attack power, but each of them was heaven-defying. In Yixing's opinion, the black hole astrology's effect was more valuable than any other astrology that could increase attack power. Although the black hole astrology didn't directly increase his attack power, it was enough for Yixing to defeat enemies who were stronger than him. Moreover, it could also increase his destiny. Such an ability was simply overpowered. Yixing watched as his heavens will continue to rise. He was overjoyed and excited. Destiny had always been his shortcoming. Fortunately, he had the support of his powerful astrology, which prevented him from reaching a bottleneck in the astral tempering realm. However, the star-quenching realm was the first realm of cultivation. It was the stage of laying the foundation and the beginning of martial arts. Yixing could cultivate in the star-quenching realm unimpeded by astrology, but what about the star vortex realm and the star gang realm? What about the astral reaching realm and star sea realm? If his destiny was too low, there would be a day when Yixing would reach a bottleneck on the path of martial arts. But now, the black hole astrology could devour destiny, so this worry was completely gone. Because the black hole astral projection was constantly devouring Zichuanjian's destiny, the red fireball in Yixing's mind was constantly expanding. More and more flames were added to the fireball. It didn't take long for Yixing's heaven's will to reach the 9 stars' crimson fate. His crimson ball of fire burned with 9 flames. This was the limit of a mortal fate. As more and more destiny was devoured by the black hole astrology, the red ball of fire in Yixing's mind underwent a qualitative change. The 9 flames gathered together and continued to compress. Soon, it became a single flame, which was 1/9 of its original size. Although the ball of fire had shrunk, its color had changed from red to orange. Yixing's destiny had improved by leaps and bounds, evolving from a red life to an orange life. In other words, he had evolved from an ordinary mortal life to a martial saint destiny. After reaching the martial saint destiny, the orange ball of fire continued to grow bigger and bigger. Yixing's destiny continued to increase. 2-star orange life. 3-star orange life. Eventually, 6 flames burned on the orange ball of fire, which meant that Yixing's destiny was a 6-star orange life. At this point, the orange flame in Zichuanjian's mind had completely disappeared, leaving not a trace behind. Under the devouring of Yixing's black hole astrology, all of Zichuanjian's destiny had been transferred to Yixing's destiny, causing Yixing's destiny to reach the 6-star martial saint destiny. A 2-star destiny had become a 6-star martial saint destiny. Who would believe such a thing if it were to spread out? No one would dare to imagine such a thing. If Yixing hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that his destiny could still increase. Moreover, it had increased by so much in such a short period of time. A 6-star orange life was already the peak of a mid-level martial saint's destiny. Whether it was in the Falling Star sect or the Dongfu sect, a 6-star orange life was considered to be above average. Yixing's gaze shifted to Du Biancheng and the corner of his mouth curled up. Du Biancheng had a 9-star orange life. If he absorbed Du Biancheng's destiny, then his destiny would also reach the 9-star orange life. A 9-star orange life was already a top talent in the Falling Star sect. If an enlightened being heaven's destiny didn't appear, then a 9-star orange life would be a top talent. As for an enlightened being heaven's destiny, it would be hard for a single one to appear in the Falling Star sect in several decades. Most of the time, a 9-star orange life would be the #1 genius. Du Biancheng clearly didn't know that Yixing's astrology had the ability to devour heaven's wills. He had already considered Du Biancheng as his prey. Because Yixing didn't move, Du Biancheng couldn't hear Yixing's location. All he could feel was silence. The silence in this world of darkness was extremely uncomfortable. Du Biancheng tried his best to control his emotions, but he couldn't help but feel anxious. Yixing, if you have the guts, then fight me with real swords and spears. What kind of man are you to be hiding? Du Biancheng finally lost his patience after waiting for a while and seeing no movement from Yixing. Not far away, the other three inner disciples exchanged glances. They weren't affected by the black hole astrology and could clearly see Yixing and Du Biancheng. Yixing clearly wasn't hiding and was just 100 meters to the left of Du Biancheng. Why did Du Biancheng say that Yixing was hiding? It was really puzzling. Recalling that Zichuanjian seemed to have been blinded in his battle with Yixing, the three of them immediately reacted. Could it be that Du Biancheng had also been blinded? As long as he fought with Yixing, he would be blinded. What kind of situation was this? What kind of martial art could have such an effect? If it really had such an effect, could it still be called a martial art? It was simply a demonic art. Senior Apprentice Brother Cheng. Yixing is on your left, about 270 steps away. The two-star martial sage of the three shouted. The other two one-star martial sages were severely injured. Although the two-star martial sage's injuries were not light, they were not life-threatening. He still had the strength to shout. About 270 steps to your left? Du Biancheng didn't move at all. In this pitch-black world of darkness, there was no sense of direction or distance. There was a 90-degree range between the front and the left. Since he couldn't see the target, Du Biancheng couldn't determine the specific direction of Yixing. Moreover, even if he knew the specific direction, Du Biancheng couldn't pinpoint the exact distance of 270 steps. If he took 270 steps step by step, it would be too late. Du Biancheng still held the purple feather spear in his hand, maintaining a defensive posture and vigilance. At this moment, it should be better to retreat from this dark space, but Du Biancheng didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't know how far he had to retreat before he could leave this dark space. Secondly, Yixing's arrow could attack at any time. He had to defend with all his strength. If he relaxed his mind, he might face Yixing's arrow attack. In the distance, Yixing took out the spiritual pattern bow and the blue sandalwood arrow. He put the arrow on the bow and pointed it at Du Biancheng. Senior Brother Cheng, be careful. Yixing is pointing his arrow at you. The two-star martial saint hurriedly shouted. Zichuanjian and Du Biancheng were both three-star martial saints, especially Du Biancheng, whose strength was no less than a four-star martial saint. Something happened when he went to kill Yixing. Although the two-star martial saint shouted happily, he didn't dare to rush up to deal with Yixing. Moreover, he was seriously injured now. If he rushed up, he would definitely die. He couldn't block Yixing's arrow at all. Du Biancheng received the warning and became more vigilant. He ran his star essence to his ears and listened to every movement in all directions. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Call for help." Hearing this, the two-star martial saints and the two one-star martial saints fired signal flares into the sky. 3 light beams shot up into the sky and exploded thousands of meters high in the sky, turning into 3 sunflowers. Yixing didn't change his target to shoot the other 3 martial saints. Yixing still didn't understand the dark world effect of the black hole astrology. He didn't know if others would attack him and enter the dark world, or if he attacked others, others would enter the dark world. If he attacked the other 3 martial saints and caused Du Biancheng to leave the dark world, it would be terrible. He would be in fatal danger. Yixing didn't rush to shoot the arrow. His shoulder was still bleeding. Every time he drew the bow, the injury on his shoulder would be strained. Therefore, Yixing wanted to reduce the number of times he drew the bow as much as possible. It would be best to kill Du Biancheng with 1 arrow. In that case, Yixing would raise the power of this arrow to the highest level before shooting it. Sagittarius astrology. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, the bow and arrow rushed out from the space between his eyebrows and turned into a huge bow and arrow above Yixing. The black hole astrology couldn't increase Yixing's attack power, but the Sagittarius astrology could increase the attack power of Yixing's arrow. In the dark world, Du Biancheng could only see the dark vortex above Yixing. Nothing else could be seen, not even the huge bow above Yixing. However, the other three martial saints weren't shrouded in the dark world and could see everything clearly. Above Yixing, there was not only a huge blurry dark star, but also a huge bow and arrow. When the bow and arrow appeared, Yixing's aura suddenly increased by several times, especially the bow and arrow in Yixing's hand. It revealed a terrifying aura. How is this possible? Two kinds of astrology. A bow and arrow? What kind of astrology is this? The three martial saints' expressions changed and they exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 202. Whoosh! The arrow containing the power of 18 stacked forces and Sagittarius constellation shot out in an instant. The void was torn apart at this moment. Du Biancheng's expression changed. He immediately felt a terrifying murderous intent surging toward him, trying to drag him into the abyss of death. The arrow pierced through the air faster than the sound. It was impossible for Du Biancheng to determine the arrow's location through the sound. At this moment, the only thing Du Biancheng could rely on was his intuition. The stronger a martial artist was, the more sensitive their intuition was. Du Biancheng could roughly determine the direction of the arrow from the murderous intent he felt. The purple feather spear in his hand instantly shone brightly. Spear lifting mountains. In an instant, the purple feather spear trembled. This was a defensive move that could deflect even the attack of a 4-star martial saint. Du Bian City's senses were indeed very sensitive. His spear actually managed to hit the arrow that was flying towards him. Unfortunately, Du Biancheng couldn't accurately determine the arrow's attack trajectory. Although he deflected the arrow, it only grazed the tail of the arrow. The arrow wasn't deflected by the spear. Instead, the tail of the arrow moved up and the arrowhead suddenly moved down. The arrow should have been aimed at Du Biancheng's heart, but it moved down a few inches and hit Du Biancheng's stomach. Du Biancheng used the power of Sagittarius constellation. His star power was extremely vigorous. Celestial essence covered his body and laid down layers of defense. However, Yixing's arrow was too powerful. Not only did it contain the power of 18 stacked forces, but it also contained the power of Sagittarius constellation. Especially the power of Sagittarius constellation, which made the arrow contain a terrifying murderous intent and lethality. Rip! Du Biancheng's celestial essence defense was instantly penetrated by the arrow. The arrow shot into his stomach more than a foot deep. Du Biancheng screamed. He covered his stomach with his hand and retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. However, the power contained in the arrow didn't just cut his flesh. It also caused great destruction in a large area, causing serious damage to Du Biancheng. Senior Brother Cheng. The expressions of the other three martial sages changed drastically. Even Du Bian City had been seriously injured by Yixing. This made them reveal a look of horror in their eyes as they exclaimed at the same time. Yixing pulled open the spirit pattern bow once, and the wound on his shoulder opened up even more, causing the blood to flow even faster. However, he still immediately took out a second blue sandalwood arrow and quickly shot it out. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. This time, Du Biancheng was heavily injured and was unable to block the arrow. The arrow pierced through his throat. Blood immediately spurted out from Du Biancheng's throat. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He fell backward and died instantly. As the number 1 inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect and the number 2 genius of the Dong Fu sect, Du Biancheng had a glorious reputation in the Dong Fu sect. He had never imagined that he would die at the hands of a martial saint who had just broken through to the star vortex realm. Even when he died, he still couldn't believe this fact. The expressions of the other three martial sages completely turned into horror. Even Du Bian City had been killed by Yixing. How could they not be scared out of their wits? Even though Yixing's shoulder was also bleeding, and it was obvious that his injury was not light, the three martial sages regarded Yixing as a venomous snake and ferocious tiger. They were full of fear. Whoosh! The two-star martial saint immediately turned and ran, leaving the other two severely injured one-star martial saints behind. As for the two one-star martial saints, their injuries were too severe. Although they had been treated for 2 hours and their lives had been saved, it was still difficult for them to move. Seeing that the two-star martial saints had abandoned them, their faces turned ashen. They supported each other and slowly retreated. Although he didn't know if the signal flare released by the three martial saints would attract more experts of the Dong Fu sect, Yixing couldn't let them leave alive. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, Yixing instantly took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows, knocked them on the bow, and released the 3 arrows together. Whoosh! 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 Whether it was the two-star martial saints or the two one-star martial saints, not only were they seriously injured, but they were also fleeing at the moment. How could they avoid the arrows shot by Yixing when he used the Sagittarius constellation? The 3 arrows accurately shot into the backs of the 3 martial saints, piercing through their hearts from the back. All of them died instantly. Du Bian City and the other martial saints, like Zichuanyu and the other 2, were all killed by Yixing. So far, 10 inner disciples of the Dong Fu sect had been killed by Yixing. Du Bian City was the #1 inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect, and Yixing was only a half-step martial saint and was only the #1 outer disciple of the Falling Star sect. Before and after becoming a martial saint, he had killed 5 inner disciples of the Dong Fu sect. Even Du Bian City, who had once defeated a 4-star martial saint, was killed by Yixing. No one would believe such a record. It was too shocking and beyond common sense. After killing the 3 inner disciples of the Dong Fu sect, Yixing heaved a sigh of relief and put away the spiritual inscription bow in his storage ring. At this moment, the fire of destiny in Yixing's mind began to grow again, from 6 to 7 flames, and it was still growing. In the end, the flames grew to 9. 9 orange flames represented a 9-star orange fate. This was the fate of a peak martial saint, 1 star higher than Zi Shanxiu's 8-star orange fate. Yixing scanned the minds of Du Bian City and the other inner disciples and found that the fire of destiny in their minds had indeed disappeared. All of it had been devoured by the black hole constellation and turned into his own fate. However, the level of Yixing's fate didn't depend on the number of fates devoured by the black hole constellation, but on the highest number of fates devoured. The highest number of fates devoured by the black hole constellation was Du Bian City's 9-star orange fate. Therefore, Yixing's fate was also a 9-star orange fate. In terms of fate, Yixing would be a first-rate genius when he returned to the Falling Star sect. After putting the black hole constellation back into his forehead space, Yixing immediately consumed a top-grade medicinal herb with healing properties. He also squeezed another top-grade medicinal herb into juice and dripped it on the wound on his shoulder. After doing all this, Yixing moved the corpses of the Dong Fu sect's inner disciples to the valley and collected their storage rings and spiritual weapons. These were all Yixing's spoils of war. Of course, among the 5 outer disciples of the Blood Ghost sect, Gu Yuyang also had a storage ring, so Yixing naturally collected it as well. Among the spiritual weapons, Yixing's favorite was the purple feather spear. He loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. This lower-grade spiritual weapon was clearly stronger than any other lower-grade spiritual weapon. With the purple feather spear in hand, Yixing had the idea of cultivating his spear skills. Although his archery skills were very good, if he lost his bow and arrow, his strength would be greatly reduced. The bow and arrow should be used as a trump card. Most of the time, one should rely on one's own strength to fight. Therefore, one's own strength was also very important. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have been stabbed by Du Bian City's spear today. Yixing's strength wasn't strong, mainly because he had just broken through to the martial saint realm and hadn't cultivated any spiritual level martial arts. If he had, with his talent in martial arts, even if he wasn't as strong as Du Bian City, he should be able to protect himself. Don't waste this good spear. After I become an inner disciple of the I must choose a good spiritual spear technique to learn. Yixing thought to himself as he collected all the spoils of war. Then, Yixing began to repair the formation. Although the coiling snake formation was broken by Du Bian City, he had only damaged a small part of the formation's foundation. In just a quarter of an hour, Yixing had completely repaired the damaged formation's foundation. The coiling snake formation once again enveloped the entire valley. Yixing came to the bottom of the valley again. He had only consumed about half of the star crystal spiritual milk to break through to the star vortex realm. Including the star crystal spiritual milk that Chu Jingyue had absorbed, Yixing had absorbed about a third of it, so there was still about a third left. The star crystal spiritual milk was the purest form of star power and the best treasure to improve one's cultivation. Since there was still some left, Yixing certainly wouldn't miss it. He would only stop after absorbing all of it. Yixing sat down cross-legged beside the star crystal spiritual milk and soon calmed down. Unaffected by the previous battle, he began to cultivate the pure Yuan technique. Yixing was surprised to find that after becoming a martial sage, the speed at which he absorbed the star crystal spiritual milk was much faster than when he was a half-step martial sage. It was more than 10 times faster. The star crystal spiritual milk in the pool almost turned into a large white airflow and was directly absorbed by Yixing into the star vortex in Yixing's dantian. This speed was simply too fast. While Yixing was surprised, he was also pleasantly surprised. The great increase in the speed at which he absorbed the star crystal spiritual milk meant that Yixing's cultivation speed had also become faster. Even if there was no star crystal spiritual milk to absorb, Yixing's cultivation speed in the star vortex realm would not be slow. Yixing scanned his body with his super brain and immediately discovered the reason why his cultivation speed had become faster. First, it was because his destiny had improved, which made his cultivation smoother. Of course, this was not the main reason. The improvement of his destiny alone was not enough to increase his cultivation speed to such an extent. The second reason, which was also the main reason, was that Yixing's black hole star vortex had a great effect on absorbing star power. It was more like devouring than absorbing. The black hole star vortex forcibly devoured the star power nearby. It would be strange if the absorption speed was not fast. Under the devouring of the black hole star vortex, the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yixing's cultivation was also increasing rapidly and he was moving towards the second level of the star vortex realm. Chapter 203. Why Yixing's cultivation was already at the peak of the first level of the celestial vortex realm. As he continued to cultivate, it didn't take long for him to reach the critical point of the first level of the celestial vortex realm. Yixing felt that his whole body was filled with pure Yuan celestial essence. His body felt like it was about to burst open. He had reached his limit. At this time, Yixing continued to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. He could no longer improve his celestial essence. Instead, he integrated it all into the black hole star vortex, making the star force in the black hole star vortex stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, the black hole star vortex absorbed the star force to a certain limit. A change occurred and it directly expanded. With the expansion of the black hole star vortex, Yixing felt that the capacity of his body had increased a lot. The feeling of his body being filled with celestial essence instantly disappeared. Instead, he felt that the celestial essence in his body was somewhat lacking. Of course, Yixing's celestial essence didn't change. What changed was the capacity of his body. For example, a liter of water could be filled to the brim in a 1-liter container. However, if a liter of water was placed in a 10-liter container, it would only fill 1/10 of the container, which seemed very little. The cultivation of the celestial vortex realm was the process of improving the star vortex. As the star vortex expanded, Yixing's cultivation reached the second level of the celestial vortex realm and became a 2-star martial sage. Of course, he could accommodate more celestial essence. Moreover, with the improvement of his cultivation, the quality of his celestial essence also had a qualitative breakthrough. The same amount of celestial essence, in terms of power, was much more powerful than when he was a one-star martial sage. There was still a small part of the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool. Yixing continued to cultivate the pure yuan technique and constantly absorbed it. Yixing's cultivation speed was too fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had absorbed all the star crystal spiritual milk in the pool. His cultivation had already consolidated to the mid-stage of the second level of the celestial vortex realm. Once the star crystal spiritual essence was used up, Yixing stopped cultivating. Although his cultivation speed was very fast, without the star crystal spiritual essence, it was impossible for him to break through one level in a short period of time, so he was not in a hurry. Yixing stood up with an excited smile on his face. He had just broken through the celestial vortex realm and became a martial sage. Then, his cultivation broke through again, becoming a 2-star martial sage. How could Yixing not be happy? He had just become a martial sage, yet he had already broken through to become a 2-star martial sage. Yixing had never heard of such a fast cultivation speed. Even a Taoist or heavenly mandate genius would need several months or even half a year to break through to the next realm in the celestial vortex realm. Zi Shanho was an 8-star martial saint and had broken through to the celestial vortex realm before the age of 17. However, when he entered the clear cloud ancient land at the age of 24, he was only at the 7th level of the celestial vortex realm. On average, he broke through one level per year. From this, one could see how fast Yixing had become a 1-star martial sage and a 2-star martial sage on the same day. Originally, even if all the star crystal spiritual essence was absorbed by Yixing, it would still be impossible for his cultivation to break through continuously. The reason why his cultivation could still break through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm even after Chu Jingyue had absorbed 1/3 of the star crystal spiritual essence was because of his black hole astrology. During the period when the black hole astrology was awakened, it had devoured too much astral energy, causing Yixing's cultivation to reach the peak of the first level of the celestial vortex realm. Moreover, the black hole astrology had also raised Yixing's heavenly mandate to a 9-star orange fate. There would be no bottleneck before he reached the 9th level of the celestial vortex realm. As a result, Yixing had absorbed a little more star crystal spiritual essence and naturally broke through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm. Yixing! A loud voice came from outside the canyon. Yixing was delighted to hear that it was his master, Zi Shanho's voice. Although he did not know that Du Biancheng was the #1 inner disciple of the Dongfu sect, he could tell from Du Biancheng's strength that he was definitely an important figure. After killing Du Biancheng, Yixing had been worried that the Dongfu sect would send more powerful martial artists and he would not be able to resist them. Now that Zi Shanho was here, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, Yixing's worries were not unfounded. Du Biancheng was a genius disciple who was more valued by the Dongfu sect than Zi Chuanyu. Of course, his body was also engraved with a formation that could detect life auras. The formation master of the Dongfu sect was already aware of Du Biancheng's death. In one day, 2 of the sect's most valued disciples had died, which shocked and angered him. Then, the formation master of the Dongfu sect passed the news to enlightened Master Du Bianying through the communication bead. The communication bead was a bead engraved with a sound transmission formation that could communicate with each other. However, not everyone could use the communication bead. Only enlightened masters who had transformed their celestial essence into astral energy could use it. The communication bead was useless in the hands of martial artists below the enlightened master level. Du Bianying was Du Biancheng's father and the enlightened master who was in charge of investigating Zi Chuanyu's death. In the end, before Zi Chuanyu's death could be found, his genius son had already died. Du Bianying was furious when he heard about Du Biancheng's death. He immediately brought several martial saints with him and charged towards the Kunyan mountain range. Yixing immediately came out of the canyon. After exiting the coiling snake array, he saw Zi Shanho on the back of the purple flame eagle. Chu Jingyue followed Yixing's advice and reported the news to Zi Shanho when they arrived at Zishan County. Zi Shanho knew that Yixing had found a star crystal lode. This was a big news and he immediately rushed to the Kunyan mountain range. The purple flame eagle was faster than the black feather eagle. Before Chu Jingyue returned to the Zi Shanho had already arrived at the Kunyan mountain range. Master! Yixing quickly stepped forward to greet him. Zi Shanho was looking at the snake coiling array with a surprised expression. He did not pay much attention to Yixing. This grade 2 snake coiling array was arranged by you? Yixing nodded, yes. The surprise in Zi Shanho's eyes deepened as he looked at Yixing. You have such a heaven-defying talent in array formations? Zi Shanho knew about Yixing's deeds in the Falling Star sect. He knew that Yixing would go to the Array Source Valley every other day. However, the Array Source Valley was Gu Tianshang's territory and Zi Shanho could not find out what happened there. Zi Shanho had always thought that Yixing was working for Gu Tianshang in the Array Source Valley. Who would have thought that Yixing had learned array formations and had become a grade 2 array master in such a short time? Zi Shanho looked at Yixing. In the blink of an eye, he was shocked again. You're already a 2-star martial saint. Yixing nodded again. Zi Shanho was completely shocked. He had always thought that Yixing would have a bright future. Because of Yixing's performance, his opinion of Yixing had improved again and again. However, he now realized that he had underestimated Yixing. Chu Jingyue had already told Zi Shanho about the situation here. Zi Shanho knew that Yixing had absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence to break through to the martial saint realm. However, Zi Shanho could tell from Chu Jingyue's description that the remaining star crystal spiritual essence was only enough for Yixing to break through to the star vortex realm. His cultivation might be consolidated to the late stage of the first layer, or even the peak, but it was impossible for him to break through to the second layer, which meant that it was impossible for him to become a 2-star martial saint. However, Yixing had already become a 2-star martial saint. Yixing knew that the increase in his cultivation was very shocking, and Zi Shanho was someone he trusted. Perhaps he could ask Zi Shanho for advice. Yixing said, Master, the astrology I awakened is a bit special. When I awakened my astrology, my cultivation soared rapidly. The moment I broke through to the star vortex realm, my cultivation reached the peak of the first level. Therefore, I absorbed the remaining star crystal spiritual essence and broke through to the second level of the star vortex realm. Master, is there any astrology that can speed up my cultivation and improve my cultivation? Zi Shanho shook his head and said, What astrology did you awaken? Show me. Yixing immediately released the black hole astrology. He felt that his surroundings had turned into a world of darkness, and the darkness was like his sense of touch. He could clearly feel any movement in all directions. He could even feel a few ants crawling on the ground. However, Zi Shanho, who was in front of Yixing, did not feel anything strange. In his eyes, the outline of a huge dark star above Yixing's head was unreal. Other than that, he did not feel anything else. This is your astrology, a dark star. I have never seen or heard of it before. This astrology can actually increase cultivation. How strange. Zi Shanho observed Yixing's astrology for a while and sighed. This time, it was Yixing's turn to be surprised. Master, you can see me. Zi Shanho said, Of course I can. Did you think you were invisible? Yixing said, That's not right. When I was fighting with someone just now, I used the black hole astrology. My opponent could not see me. Master, why don't you try attacking me? Oh. Zi Shanho's expression changed. Let me try. Then, he lightly struck out with his palm. Chapter 204. Who although it was a light palm, a strong wind blew, and the terrifying power was like an avalanche, slapping towards Yixing. Yixing scanned the trajectory of Zi Shanho's attack, but the latter's attack was too fierce and too fast. Even if he knew, he could not dodge it in time. In an instant, Yixing was sent flying by a terrifying force. However, Zi Shanho's palm strike was skillfully executed. Even though Yixing was sent flying by the force of the palm strike, he was completely unharmed. Master, can you still see me? Yixing flew back dozens of meters and asked immediately after landing. On the back of the purple flame eagle, Zi Shanho nodded, I can see you. Yixing's eyes lit up, and he instantly reacted. Since other people's attacks were not affected by the black hole astrology, it must be when he attacked others that others would be affected. Yixing raised his hand, and the spirit inscription bow and blue sandalwood arrow suddenly appeared in his hands. He knocked an arrow on the bow and pointed it at Zi Shanho. A sharp aura locked onto Zi Shanho. Master, what now? Yixing asked. In an instant, Zi Shanho's perception changed. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be covered by a pitch-black curtain. The whole world turned into darkness, and he couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him. The surrounding dark world suddenly reminded Zi Shanho of the previous dark world, and Yixing had just broken through to the martial saint realm and awakened his astrology. Obviously, there must be a connection between the two. Perhaps it was because of Yixing's astrology awakening that the world turned dark. Yixing immediately channeled his celestial essence into his eyes, raising his eyesight to the limit. The eyesight of a peak martial saint was amazing, and he could see through the darkness. The surrounding scene was vaguely imprinted in his eyes, and even Yixing could see a hazy figure in the distance. Although the effect of Yixing's black hole astrology was heaven-defying, his own cultivation was still too low. He was only at the second level of the celestial vortex realm, a full 7 levels below Zi Shanho. Even the black hole astrology could not bridge the gap of 7 levels. Therefore, Zi Shanho pushed his vision to the limit and vaguely saw through the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. Immediately, a layer of azure light appeared in Zi Shanho's eyes. Using the azure cloud eye, his eyesight instantly increased by more than 10 times. The surrounding darkness could no longer obstruct Zi Shanho's eyes, and he could see everything clearly. Zi Shanho said, Your astrology is indeed miraculous, it really did bring me into a world of darkness. Everything around me was pitch black. Obviously, the turning of the heavens and earth into darkness was related to the awakening of your astrology. However, the power of the astrology is closely related to the cultivation level of a martial artist. Although your astrology is powerful, your cultivation level is still too far from mine. Although the world of darkness can affect me, the effect is not very big. I can only vaguely see it if I push my eyesight to the limit, and if I use my green eyes, I can see even more clearly. As he spoke, Zi Shanho's tone changed, and, because your cultivation level is too far away from mine, even if my astrology is not as good as yours, it is enough to break through the effects of your astrology. After saying this, the azure light in Zi Shanho's eyes retreated, and his eyesight returned to normal. His surroundings once again turned into darkness, but suddenly, a flaming star drilled out from the space between his eyebrows and rose into the sky. This was Zi Shanho's astrology, a star of the fire attribute, and the flames were extremely fierce. Once the flaming star appeared, in an instant, the scorching light dispelled the darkness of the black hole astrology, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. This was different from the green eyes seeing through the darkness, but the flaming star dispelled the darkness. When Zi Shanho used his green eyes to see the surroundings clearly, the darkness still existed, and Yixing could still feel everything in all directions through the darkness. However, once Zi Shanho's flame astral aspect was unleashed, the darkness disappeared, and Yixing also lost his sense of touch. Yixing tested the effects of the black hole astrology, and found that it would only appear when he attacked others. He then stored the black hole astrology into the space between his eyebrows. Although Zi Shanho had completely broken through his astrology, Yixing was not the least bit unhappy. He was in the second stage of the celestial vortex realm, while Zi Shanho was in the 9th stage. There was a difference of 7 stages between their cultivation levels. Not to mention the black hole astrology, even if the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius constellation were added together, it would still be impossible to make up for the difference of 7 stages. Being completely broken by Zi Shanho was a matter of course. It was not that Yixing's astrology was not strong enough, but that his cultivation level was too low compared to Zi Shanho's. Zishanho also stored the flaming star into the space between his eyebrows, and continued, Yixing, there is a principle that you should know, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a person is too outstanding, there will be more disasters. Because, in this world, there are too many people who are jealous and envious of you. Your astrology is extraordinary, and very special. I'm afraid it is not inferior to the constellation astrology, which is known as the strongest astrology. If people know about it, it is inevitable that there will be experts who will have evil intentions towards you. Therefore, your astrology must not be revealed to anyone. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. Once you use it, do not leave anyone alive to prevent the other party from revealing your secret. Yixing nodded, this disciple understands. Of course, he knew that the black hole astrology was extraordinary. Because he trusted Zishanho, Yixing spoke bluntly to him. To other people, Yixing would not reveal the problem of his astrology. Furthermore, the black hole astrology's ability to devour heaven's will was too abnormal. With this ability, in theory, as long as there was a genius with a high heaven's will in the world, then Yixing would have the hope of obtaining that high heaven's will. This was an ability that could deprive others of their heaven's will. It could deprive all the geniuses of their heaven's will for their own use. It was truly heaven-defying. This was something that even Zishanho did not dare to say. Yixing asked again, Master, is it possible for a martial artist to have two astrology? The same person having two astrology? This is unheard of. Zishanho smiled faintly. He originally wanted to say that it was unheard of, but suddenly realized that Yixing's question was a bit strange. Everything was fine, why would Yixing ask such a question, could it be? Zishanho immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though he felt that it was impossible to have two astrology, he still rationally realized that since Yixing asked such a question, it was very likely that he had encountered such a situation. Seeing the change in Zishanho's expression, Yixing knew that the former had already guessed it. With a thought, Yixing moved the Sagittarius constellation out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, a bow and arrow floated in the air above Yixing. This was an incomparably huge bow and arrow, formed by the convergence of countless stars. It looked incomparably magnificent and shocking. Sagittarius constellation, you really have two astrology. Zishanho could no longer remain calm as he cried out in surprise. Yixing's body had produced too many miracles, again and again shocking Zishanho. Some things that were slightly difficult to accept, Zishanho was already used to Yixing. However, this time, Zishanho was still deeply shocked. Firstly, Yixing really had two astrology, which broke the common sense of martial arts. Secondly, Yixing's other astrology was actually a constellation astrology, and it was the strongest astrology for archery martial artists, Sagittarius constellation. Zishanho himself was an archery martial artist, and his archery skills were very high. The Sagittarius constellation was the ultimate desire of archery martial artists. To an archery martial artist, possessing the Sagittarius constellation was the best condition to learn archery. Zishanho looked at Yixing and exclaimed, Yixing, you will definitely become an archery expert in the future. You will definitely be an influential figure in the star continent, no, you will even be the overlord of the star continent. Recalling that Yixing had two astrology, as well as a black hole astrology that did not increase attack power but had an incomparably heaven-defying supportive effect, Zishanho immediately changed his tone. Among the martial artists of the star continent, kings stood at the peak. What kind of existence was the overlord of the star continent? Dominating among kings, wouldn't that be the king of kings? Would Yixing become such an existence? In Zishanho's opinion, it was possible. The constellation astrology was already the strongest astrology in the legends. It was unknown how many years it would take for one to appear in the star continent. As long as it matured, the martial artist with the constellation astrology was already the strongest existence. As for the double astrology, that had not even appeared in the legends. A single astrology was already so abnormal. With 2 super strong astrology in one person's body, as long as there was enough time to grow, wouldn't he become the king of kings in the future? Absolutely. Zi Shanho's confidence at this moment was incomparably firm. Please brothers, please give me 10 monthly votes. Chapter 205. Yi Xing, you can't reveal your Sagittarius constellation astrology. If people know about your black hole astrology, most people won't know what kind of astrology it is. Maybe they won't have any evil intentions towards you. But if they know that you have Sagittarius constellation astrology, there will definitely be a large number of experts, even venerables and king-level experts, who will want to kill you. Zi Shanho solemnly warned Yi Xing constellation astrology was known as the strongest astrology. The number of martial artists who had constellation astrology was even rarer than those who had king's mandate. In the star continent, although king's mandate martial artists were extremely rare, 1 in 100 years, constellation astrology was 1 in 10,000 years. The difference between the two was 100 times. Even venerable realm cultivators would attract the killing intent of countless people. The situation of king realm cultivators was even more serious. As for constellation astrology martial artists, it was even more likely that countless experts would want to kill them in the cradle. Although there would also be experts who wanted to protect these martial artists who would have great achievements in the future, the number of experts who wanted to kill them in the cradle was much more. Therefore, constellation astrology must not be revealed. Yi Xing nodded. In his heart, he was even more determined to improve his heart strength. What was heart strength? It was the true strength of a martial artist without using the power of constellation. If constellation astrology couldn't be revealed, it meant that Yi Xing could only use heart strength in most cases, and not the power of constellation. And if one wanted to be strong, the first thing was to have a strong celestial essence. Yi Xing did well on this point. The spiritual martial inheritance he cultivated was the pure Yuan technique. The strength of his pure Yuan celestial essence was far stronger than ordinary celestial essence. It was even stronger than celestial essence. Yi Xing was now at the middle of the second level of the celestial vortex realm, but the strength of his celestial essence was enough to defeat all 2-star martial saints. He could even compete with 3-star martial saints. However, his martial arts were somewhat inferior. He had not cultivated any spiritual level martial arts. The extreme level martial arts were still considered normal ordinary martial arts. Even if he cultivated it to the transformation realm, it would not be comparable to spiritual level martial arts. At most, it would be comparable to beginner spiritual martial arts. If it was at the initial completion stage, it would be enough to easily crush a transcendent stage martial arts. If it was at the great completion stage, its power would be even more terrifying. Therefore, Yi Xing wanted to strengthen his cultivation of martial arts. He would be qualified to learn it once he became an inner sect disciple of the Starfall sect. Furthermore, as long as he could protect this starry crystal lode, it would belong to the Falling Star sect in the end. He would receive 10,000 sect contribution points. By then, he would be able to learn any spiritual martial arts he wanted. Zi Shanho dismounted from the purple flame eagle's back and walked towards Yi Xing, his wooden legs making thumping sounds on the ground. Walking in front of Yi Xing, Zi Shanho raised his hand and a secret manual appeared. With your talent in archery, I will not teach you the low-level spiritual martial arts. I will teach you the middle-level spiritual martial arts 4 symbols arrow technique. While speaking, Zi Shanho handed the secret manual in his hand to Yi Xing. The words 4 symbols arrow technique were written on the manual. Thank you, master. Yi Xing took the 4 symbols arrow technique and said with joy. This was a middle-level spiritual martial art. Its power was unimaginable. Zi Shanho explained, the 4 symbols arrow technique, other than the basic arrow moves, only has 4 arrow moves. They are the Azure Dragon arrow move, White Tiger arrow move, Vermilion Bird arrow move, and Black Tortoise arrow move. Among them, the Black Tortoise arrow move is a defensive arrow move and the Vermilion Bird arrow move can be used at the entry level. The Vermilion Bird arrow move is an offensive arrow move. To train this arrow move, you need to absorb the star power of the fire attribute. The White Tiger's arrow style and the Azure Dragon's arrow style were both offensive arrow styles. The White Tiger's arrow style required the user to cultivate the four symbols archery technique to minor accomplishment before it could be used. The Azure Dragon's arrow style required the user to cultivate the four symbols archery technique to great accomplishment before it could be used. The Azure Dragon arrow move shot from the completion level of the four symbols arrow technique could even force a true master who had just entered the astral realm to retreat. Its power is even stronger than an entry-level upper-level spiritual martial art. Yixing said with surprise, the difference between the middle-level spiritual martial art and the upper-level spiritual martial art is so big. Only the completion level of the middle-level spiritual martial art is slightly stronger than an entry-level upper-level spiritual martial art? If it was a normal ordinary martial technique, a middle-rank martial technique at the great accomplishment stage would be equivalent to a upper-rank martial technique at the small accomplishment stage. Compared to a upper-rank martial technique at the entry stage, it was much stronger. Zi Shanho said, "That's right, the difference in power between the different grades of spiritual martial force is huge." Because the four symbols arrow technique is an archery technique, only after reaching the great completion stage can it surpass a beginner upper spiritual martial force. If it were a normal middle spiritual martial force, the great completion stage can only match the power of an upper spiritual martial force. After a pause, Zi Shanho concluded, an upper-tier spiritual martial force is equivalent to an upper-tier spiritual martial force at the entry level. An upper-tier spiritual martial force at the completion level is equivalent to an upper-tier spiritual martial force at the entry level. An upper-tier spiritual martial force at the completion level is equivalent to an extreme-tier spiritual martial force at the entry level. The difference between the spiritual martial force and the Xian martial force is even greater. Even a complete stage of the extreme-tier spiritual martial force may not be comparable to a lower Xian martial force at the entry level. Hearing this, Yixing understood. It seems that above ordinary martial arts, every time a martial art is one level higher, its value will be many times more valuable. It is on a completely different level. Take the lower-tier spiritual martial force and the middle-tier spiritual martial force as an example. Two martial saints of the same level, one of them practiced the lower-tier spiritual martial force for many years and finally reached the upper-tier spiritual martial force. The other one practiced the middle-tier spiritual martial force and reached the initial-tier spiritual martial force in a few years. If these two martial saints of the same level were to fight, regardless of their astrological power, the martial saint of the initial-tier spiritual martial force would beat the martial saint of the upper-tier spiritual martial force to the initial-tier spiritual martial force. Spending less time, at a lower level, but possessing more power. This was the advantage of higher-level martial arts. Most martial saints only had the opportunity to learn the lower-tier spiritual martial force at the first few levels of the Star Vortex realm. Yixing had just become a martial saint and could already learn the middle-tier spiritual martial force, for symbols arrow technique. Most warriors did not have such an opportunity. Naturally, Yixing was very happy. Just as Yixing was about to open the for symbols arrow technique, Zi Shanho stopped him. "Don't look at it now. Trouble is coming." Zi Shanho's eyes shone with a layer of green light as he looked into the distance. Yixing put away the for symbols arrow technique and looked into the distance. Following Zi Shanho's gaze, a layer of green light also appeared in his eyes. With the evolution of the super brain, Yixing could see further and further. Even his green eyes had improved a lot. About 20 miles away, 6 birds were flying towards them. The leading one was a purple flame eagle and the other 5 were black feather eagles. On the back of the purple flame eagle sat a middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 years old. His aura was overwhelming. Even from afar, Yixing's heart could not help but jump. This was definitely a terrifying expert. As for the other 5 black feather eagles, their auras were also surging. Obviously, their strength was not ordinary. Yixing felt that each of these 5 people was stronger than Dubian City. Zi Shanho glanced at them and said, "Don't use the green eyes to look. The enlightened master's vision is very strong and his senses are very sensitive. Don't let him find out that you have the azure cloud eyes. As he spoke, the green light in Zi Shanho's eyes disappeared. Yi Xing was surprised. Enlightened master. The enlightened master Zi Shanho was talking about was obviously the middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 years old. This was the first enlightened master Yi Xing had seen. The green light in Yi Xing's eyes disappeared. Even without the green eyes, he could still see into the distance and pay attention to the traces of the other party. Yi Xing said worriedly, Master, there is an enlightened master and the other 5 must be extremely powerful martial saints. How can we stop them? Don't be afraid. Zi Shanho simply spat out 2 words, his tone was very confident. He moved forward and stopped the group 2 miles away from the canyon. Yi Xing followed closely behind. Hua Tianfeng. Du Bianing obviously knew Zi Shanho. When he saw Zi Shanho, he said his name, It was you who killed my Cheng He? His voice was filled with anger and his eyes were fierce as if he wanted to bite someone. Zi Shanho did not see the corpses of Du Bian City and the others in the coiling snake array. He only knew from Chu Jingyue that Yi Xing had used the level 2 coiling snake array to kill Zi Chuanyu, an inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect. With the help of the Black Feather Eagle, he had also used his archery skills to kill 4 other inner disciples of the Dong Fu sect. Hearing Du Bian Ying's words, Zi Shanho was surprised again. Did Yi Xing also kill Du Bianing? Du Bianing was the #1 inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect. He was considered a famous genius in the entire Qingyun area. Zi Shanho naturally knew about him. Today is the wedding of my comrade, so I'm a little busy. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 206. Du Biancheng had defeated a 4-star martial saint before. Although he had defeated a 4-star martial saint who was in the early 4th level of the celestial vortex realm, it was enough to prove his strength. An ordinary level 2 coiling snake formation could only kill a 1st-level martial saint. However, Du Biancheng had the strength of a middle-level martial saint. It was impossible for him to be killed by the coiling snake formation. Therefore, if Du Biancheng had died here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed by Yi Xing. Zi Shanho thought that Yi Xing had killed Du Biancheng after becoming a 2-star martial saint. This was already shocking enough. If he knew that Yi Xing had killed Du Biancheng after becoming a martial saint, he would be even more shocked. Zi Shanho's shock lasted for a moment before he felt relieved. Yi Xing had the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology. The black hole astrology could allow people to enter a dark world and lose sight of their surroundings. The Sagittarius astrology could increase the power of the bow and arrow, and kill the opponent when they could not see their surroundings. In that case, it was only natural for Yi Xing to kill Du Bian City. Of course, even so, Zi Shanho did not expect that Yi Xing had killed Du Biancheng when he was only a 1-star martial saint. Zi Shanho knew Yi Xing's astrology, so he felt that it was reasonable. However, if those who did not know Yi Xing's astrology knew that Yi Xing had killed Du Biancheng, they would be extremely shocked. If the East Fu sect knew that Yi Xing was so powerful, they would not have allowed Yi Xing to grow. Zi Shanho did not want Yi Xing to be listed as a must-kill person by the East Fu sect. He said, Yes, I killed him. Yi Xing was stunned. Then, he understood that Zi Shanho had taken the blame for him to protect him and help him divert the hatred. You're courting death. Du Bianing was furious. The hatred in his heart exploded as he roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Bianing jumped down from the purple flame eagle's back. A pair of astral wings appeared on his back as he rushed towards Zi Shanho at lightning speed. Even though Yi Xing was not the target of Watanabe Ying's attack, just because he was standing next to Zi Shanho, he could feel a terrifying aura suppressing him. That terrifying aura was formless, but it was real. It made Yi Xing feel as if there was an incomparably heavy object pressing down on him. He felt as if he was about to be crushed to the ground. Zi Shanho was the first to bear the brunt of Watanabe Ying's oppressive aura. The pressure he felt was definitely 10 times heavier, but Zishanho's expression was as calm as ever. Get the hell back. Zishanho gave a loud shout, and in an instant, the celestial essence in his entire body began to revolve. Using his body as a bow, the celestial essence condensed into a dazzling bow. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted. Zishanho waved his hand, and an arrow shot out from his sleeve, bringing with it an incomparably resplendent light. Logically speaking, once an arrow was shot, there would be a process of power growth. Within a certain range, the arrow's power would not be strong and could be easily blocked. Especially when the distance was too close, the bow was not as convenient as other weapons. Therefore, the bow was classified as a long-range weapon. In close combat, it was certainly not as good as swords, knives, spears, swords, staffs, and other close-range weapons. However, this was not the case for Zishanho. First of all, although he shot the arrow, he did not use a bow. Instead, he used his body as the bow and his celestial essence as the string. Secondly, the arrow contained a terrifying power as soon as it was shot. Just as Du Bianing rushed in front of Zishanho, an arrow suddenly shot toward him. The angle was extremely tricky, the speed was extremely fast, and the power was extremely terrifying. Even if Zishanho killed the invincible Marquis of Dongfu, Du Bianing, as a celestial realm enlightened master, did not put Zishanho in his eyes. There was a huge gap between a martial saint and an enlightened master. But at this moment, Du Bianying's face instantly changed. This arrow came so suddenly that Du Bianying did not have time to block it. However, as an enlightened person, how sensitive was his reaction? He could control his body as he pleased. The speed at which he charged forward instantly changed. The astral wings on his back shook, and his body was like a stream of light as he suddenly flew backwards. Although the arrow's speed was faster than Du Bianying's retreating speed, it also extended the time it took for the arrow to hit his body, giving him enough time to dodge. While retreating, Du Bianying's body flashed to the side. Whoosh! The arrow changed direction in an instant and followed Du Bianying's body. Whoosh! 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 Du Bianying changed 4 directions in an instant and completely avoided the arrow. The arrow followed Du Bianying's body and changed 3 directions in a row. Only then did it turn back and was kept in Zishanho's sleeve. Your archery has reached the level of 3 changes at will. Du Bianying stopped in the distance, his voice was full of shock. If Zishanho was not only a peak martial saint, but a 1-star enlightened master like Du Bianying, he would be able to kill Du Bianying with his archery attainment of 3 changes at will. Even if Zishanho was a half-step enlightened master, Du Bianying might not be able to dodge this arrow and might even be injured by it. The first realm of archery was change, and the second realm was follow your heart. Yixing had heard Zishanho mention this before. The archery of the change realm focused on strength and skill. When the arrow was shot, the trajectory was already determined. And the archery of the follow your heart realm could move according to your thoughts. It was much more advanced and powerful than strength and skill. After the arrow was shot, it could move according to one's thoughts. What kind of abnormal arrow attack was this? It was almost unavoidable. Especially the arrow shot by Zishanho, it changed the direction of the attack 3 times according to his thoughts. If Du Bianying was not an enlightened master, he would definitely not be able to dodge this arrow. Du Bianying no longer dared to underestimate Zishanho. With a flash of light in his hand, a treasure sword appeared. The body of the sword shone with a cold light, bright and resplendent. It was not an ordinary spirit weapon, but a middle-grade spirit weapon. Zishanho also raised his hand at the same time, and a spirit bow appeared in his hand. It was also a middle-grade spirit weapon. A middle-grade spirit weapon was easier to guide star essence than a low-grade spirit weapon. It could increase a martial artist's attack power to a higher level. A low-grade spirit weapon could only increase a martial artist's attack power by 30% at most, but a middle-grade spirit weapon could increase a martial artist's attack power by 60% at most. The difference between the two was double. Of course, this was only the attack power that could be increased at most. As a martial artist's cultivation increased and their own level surpassed the level of the spirit weapon, the attack power increased by the spirit weapon would become less and less. In the end, it could not increase the attack power at all. It could only be regarded as a sharp weapon. For example, Du Bianying, as an enlightened master of the astral realm, using a low-grade spirit weapon could not increase his attack power. It could only increase the sharpness of his attack. A middle-grade spirit weapon corresponded to martial artists below the 9th level of the astral vortex realm. In the hands of Du Bianying, it could not increase the attack power to the highest level, only about 20%. In short, if two martial artists of equal strength fought, one with a low-grade spirit weapon and the other with a middle-grade spirit weapon, the result was obvious. The martial artist with a middle-grade spirit weapon would have a huge advantage. But now, both Zi Shanhou and Du Bianying were using middle-grade spirit weapons. However, the middle-grade spirit weapon in Du Bianying's hand could only increase his attack power by a limited amount. On the other hand, Zi Shanhou, as a peak martial saint, could maximize the effect of a middle-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, his weapon was a bao, so its power was even more terrifying. Therefore, with both of them using middle-grade spirit weapons, Zi Shanhou had a bigger advantage. However, with just this advantage, it was far from enough to kill an enlightened master. In order to protect this star crystal vein, Du Bianying and the others had no choice but to kill. Moreover, if they did not kill their opponents, they would very likely be killed by them. Whoosh! The surrounding temperature suddenly rose sharply, and in the air above Zi Shanhou, a huge flaming star suddenly rose, using the power of astrology. Superior astrology, Earth-Fire Star. In an instant, countless fire attribute star power fell from the Earth-Fire Star, enveloping Zi Shanhou's entire body. Zi Shanhou seemed to be covered in a layer of flame armor, like a messenger of fire. The powerful force formed a terrifying aura, spreading in all directions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Seeing how powerful Zi Shanhou's astrology was, Du Bianying's eyes narrowed. A hint of seriousness appeared on his face, but he still revealed a look of confidence. In an instant, a similar astrology appeared above Du Bianying, and a huge star rose. This star did not have any attributes. It looked similar to a barren ordinary astrology, but it was definitely not an ordinary astrology, because this astrology contained a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 207. Watanabe Ying's astrology was also a superior astrology, Tua Luo Star. Tua Luo Star contained a strong murderous intent. When a martial artist sensed Tua Luo Star, their star essence would contain a terrifying murderous intent, greatly increasing their power. In terms of nature, Tua Luo Star was an ominous star. Martial artists who sensed this star could almost be classified as demon stars in troubled times. However, demon stars in troubled times were at least equivalent to extreme astrology. Tua Luo Star was not at that level. What was a demon star in troubled times? At the very least, it had to have the strength of a demon star in troubled times. Martial artists who could become kings all had extreme astrology. Therefore, without reaching the extreme level, even if it was an ominous star, it could not be considered a demon star in troubled times. Yixing's black hole astrology could swallow people's fate. It was the nemesis of almost all geniuses. Such an astrology was the real demon star in troubled times, and also the most terrifying one. As soon as Watanabe Ing used the power of his astrology, Zi Shanhou made his move. A mid-grade spiritual weapon, Purple Firmament Bao, shot out a black arrow. The black arrow was made of spiritual metal that could be used to forge spiritual weapons. When it was shot out, it carried a strong flame star power, burning with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was completely engulfed in flames, and the flames turned into a huge vermilion bird. For symbols arrow art, vermilion bird arrow style. Although the vermilion bird arrow style was an arrow style that could be used at the entry level of the four symbols arrow art, its power would increase with the strength of the archer. Moreover, the power of the vermilion bird arrow style was affected by the flame star power. Zishan Ho's earth fire star provided endless flame star power, increasing the power of the vermilion bird arrow style to the limit. The vermilion bird arrow style shot out by Zishan Ho was more powerful than the white tiger arrow style of the four symbols arrow art. Sword slashing the heavenly river. Watanabe shouted. The endless murderous intent of Tua Luo star was integrated into his sword aura, and he swung his sword. In an instant, a sword light like a waterfall shot out from the spiritual weapon in his hand and soared to the sky. The sky-slashing sword art was one of the East supporting sect's ultimate techniques. It was an upper-grade spiritual weapon, only enlightened masters or the most outstanding core disciples were qualified to learn it. This sword slashed out, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth, even the heavenly river in the sky. Crash! The terrifying sword light instantly cleaved the flaming vermilion bird apart, revealing the arrow within. Following a crisp clang, the arrow was instantly sliced in half. Go to hell! Du Bianying roared. Boundless killing intent from the Tualuo constellation gushed forth, merging into Du Bianying's body, causing him to transform into a devil of slaughter, exuding a terrifying aura. Whoosh! The sword radiance was resplendent, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. It was another move of the sword severing heavenly river. Although Watanabe Ying's sky-slashing sword technique was only at the entry level, the power of the upper spiritual martial force was terrifying and extraordinary. It was no less than a middle spiritual martial force at the great success stage. The sword light slashed towards Zishan Ho, wanting to cut him in half like the Milky Way. In that instant, a layer of green light suddenly appeared in Zishan Ho's eyes. Moreover, the green light began to revolve, transforming into two green whirlpools. Supreme grade spiritual martial art, Eye of Clear Cloud. Although Zishan Ho had only trained the upper half of the blue cloud eyes, which was only equivalent to a middle-tier spiritual martial force, he had already trained the blue cloud eyes to the great completion stage. It was impossible for the azure eyes to control an enlightened being at the great success stage. However, for enlightened beings at the first and second stage of the astral star realm, it could still affect their thinking a little bit, especially those at the first stage of the astral star realm. Du Bianying's cultivation was at the first stage of the astral star realm. He did not know that Zishan Ho had the azure eyes, so he was caught off guard. Moreover, Zishan Ho suddenly used the azure eyes attack, so Du Bianying was instantly hit. His vision blurred, and his mind went blank for a moment. The sword-severing heavenly river lost Du Bianying's control and could not circulate his celestial origin qi, causing its power to rapidly decrease. Whoosh! In that instant, Zishan Ho decisively drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow was like a meteor, exploding towards Du Bianying. As an enlightened being, Du Bianying's thinking could not be affected by the azure eyes for too long. If he missed this moment, when Du Bianying was prepared and alert, the azure eyes would not affect him at all. The black arrow was shot out, containing terrifying celestial origin qi. In an instant, the celestial origin qi surged and turned into a roaring dragon. For symbols arrow art, Azure Dragon Arrow Style. This was the ultimate arrow style of the four symbols arrow art. Only those who had cultivated the four symbols arrow art to the great success stage could use it. Its power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, because of the earth fire star phase, a layer of flame burned on the azure dragon, increasing its power by 30%. Break 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 break, the azure dragon arrow style was like a hot knife through butter. The sword momentum created by Du Bianying's sword severing heavenly river was destroyed layer by layer. In an instant, the sword severing heavenly river was completely destroyed by the azure dragon arrow style. The azure dragon arrow style was like a thunderbolt, and an azure dragon instantly rushed towards Du Bianying. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Du Bianying's mind went blank, and in an instant, his hair stood on end. His whole body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, his mind and consciousness returned to normal. But in the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle had changed dramatically. His offensive was gone, and he was already under Zi Shanho's attack, unable to escape. Du Bianying's expression instantly turned into panic. His celestial origin qi circulated rapidly, and the spirit sword in his hand instantly waved, chopping at the arrow. However, in a hurry, how could Du Bianying resist the powerful blow of the Azure Dragon arrow style? Just by breaking a hole in the Azure Dragon arrow style, the spirit sword in Du Bianying's hand had been shaken off a little, and a defensive gap had appeared. Whoosh, the arrow was still as fast as a stream of light, and in an instant, it flashed through the defensive gap and shot towards Du Bianying's throat. The penetrating power of this arrow was terrifying. The Star Dipper defense was instantly penetrated, and the arrowhead shot into his throat and came out from the back of his neck. The powerful force forced Du Bianying to retreat a few steps. Clang, the spirit sword fell to the ground. He grabbed the arrow that pierced his throat with one hand and pointed at Zi Shanho with the other, his eyes full of disbelief. You, actually. Qing. Yun. Du Bianying uttered a few words with difficulty, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Before he could finish his words, his body fell backward, and he was already dead. Zi Shanho was also not feeling well at the moment. His body retreated, his face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of his eyes. How difficult was it to affect the thoughts of a spiritual master with the azure eyes? Zi Shanho had forcibly operated the azure eyes to the limit. Although it affected Du Bianying, he also suffered a serious backlash. For a long time, he could not use the azure eyes again. Moreover, there was only one chance to kill Du Bianying. In order to seize this opportunity, Zi Shanho used the Azure Dragon arrow style to the highest level, and forced his celestial origin qi to the limit. Shooting this arrow, his strength was almost exhausted. Master! Yixing saw Zi Shanho retreat, and his face was shocked. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind Zi Shanho, supporting the ladder. At this time, Du Bianying's body had just fallen to the ground with a bang. Du Bianying was shot dead, and the 5 martial saints who came with him were completely frightened. Until now, they were awakened by the sound of Du Bianying falling to the ground, and they were all frightened out of their wits. Elder Ing. The 5 martial saints exclaimed at the same time, but none of them dared to go to Du Bianying's side. Instead, they all controlled the black-feathered eagles to soar into the sky, seizing the time to escape. Although Zi Shanho's face was pale and his strength was almost exhausted, at this moment, he forcibly operated his celestial origin qi and pulled the bow again. The 5 martial saints knew that he had used the azure eyes, and he could not let them escape. Whoosh, the arrow broke through the sky like a flash of light. Zi Shanho shot the arrow, and the power of the arrow was so terrifying that it could easily kill a martial saint. Moreover, the arrow made several turns in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it killed 2 martial saints and 2 black-feathered eagles. However, the other 3 black-feathered eagles, carrying 3 martial saints, rushed into the sky far away. Without saying a word, Zi Shanho swallowed a pill to quickly recover his celestial origin qi, and jumped up on the back of the purple flame eagle. Guard here! As the purple flame eagle soared into the sky, Zi Shanho's voice came, and he chased after the 3 martial saints on the black-feathered eagles. Whether it was the purple flame eagle or the black-feathered eagles, they were very fast, especially when fleeing for their lives. The black-feathered eagle's speed was pushed to the limit. In just more than 20 breaths, the purple flame eagle and the black-feathered eagles had flown to the limit of Yixing's vision, and turned into several black dots in the sky. In the distance, Yixing felt that one of the 3 black dots in front of him fell from the sky, and the other 2 black dots fled in 2 different directions. After another 20 breaths, in the distant sky, even the black dots could not be seen. Yixing withdrew his gaze. Although the purple flame eagle was fast, the black-feathered eagles were not slow either, especially when they fled in 2 different directions. Zi Shanho wanted to kill the 2 martial saints, and he would not be able to return in a short time. East Fu sect. First, Zi Chuanyu, the sect's key disciple, died. Not long after, the sect's second genius disciple, Du Biancheng, died. Now, even the sect's perfected person elder, Du Bianying, died. The detection array that represented Du Bianying's life was destroyed. 3 consecutive incidents shook the East Fu sect's upper echelons. Even the East Fu sect's supreme elder, Du Bian Tan, received the news. Du Bian Tan was incomparably furious, and personally led 2 perfected person elders and several high-level martial saints to the Kunyan mountain range to investigate. Du Bian Tan was once the East Fu sect's patriarch, a top expert in the 6 sects of the Green Cloud mountain range. He was a 3-star venerable. With such a person, he could almost run amok in the 6 countries of the Green Cloud mountain range. Kunyan mountain range. Zi Shanho had chased after the East Fu sect's martial saints for more than 100 breaths. Yi Xing looked into the distance every 10 breaths, observing the surroundings. At this time, in the distant sky, a purple flame eagle suddenly appeared in Yi Xing's field of vision. Yi Xing was shocked. Although Zi Shanho was also riding on a purple flame eagle, the direction of this purple flame eagle seemed to be the opposite of the direction Zi Shanho was chasing. For updates, please read the accounts. Chapter 208. Zi Shanho could not have made a big detour and come back in the opposite direction in such a short period of time. Therefore, the purple flame eagle in Yi Xing's sight was not Zi Shanho's purple flame eagle. Therefore, the martial artist behind the purple flame eagle was not Zi Shanho. From what Yi Xing had seen, the martial artist who could ride the purple flame eagle was either an enlightened being or a peak martial sage. If the martial artist was from the Dongfu sect, he had no hope of defending the star crystal vein. A peak martial sage, an enlightened being. Yi Xing did not have the ability to fight against such an existence. He decisively retreated from the canyon and hid in a nearby mountain. Soon, the purple flame eagle approached. Yi Xing saw the person riding on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a dignified face and looked gentle and elegant. Although he did not emit any fierce aura, Yi Xing had a feeling that this person was more terrifying than Watanabe-ing. This feeling was not because this person was stronger than Watanabe-ing, but because of an instinctive premonition. As for where this premonition came from, Yi Xing did not know. It seemed to have nothing to do with martial arts. The middle-aged man controlled the purple flame eagle and flew directly to the canyon where the star crystal vein was located. When the distance was closer, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. There was a second person on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was a young lady in red who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. When Yi Xing saw her, he was stunned. He recognized this lady in red. In the past, he and Wei Qingxian had been blown into an underground cave by the wind. They had walked for a long time before coming out. In the end, they had reached the depths of the Blue Cloud mountain range. It was this lady in red who had used the black feather eagle to send him and Wei Qingxian out of the Blue Cloud mountain range. Although they had met once and she had helped him, Yi Xing did not dare to show himself. If she was from the Yi Xing would have no problem showing himself. If she was not, for the star crystal vein, she might kill him. He and the red-robed woman had only met once. They didn't have much of a relationship, which wasn't as important as a star crystal load. The purple flame eagle landed on the ground outside of the valley. The middle-aged man and the lady in red got down from the back of the eagle. They looked around and frowned. Especially when the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Watanabe Ying's body, he was shocked. He quickly walked over to Watanabe Ying's body. He obviously recognized Watanabe Ying. After observing the cause of his death, the middle-aged man walked into the canyon. Yi Xing was surprised. He had already set up a coiling snake formation around the canyon, but this middle-aged man didn't even try to break it. Instead, he just walked past it. Every step the middle-aged man took was in the blind spot of the coiling snake formation. The coiling snake formation was completely useless against him. It was as if it existed in name only. Yixing instantly reacted. Why did he feel that this middle-aged man was more terrifying than Watanabe-ing? Now he knew that this middle-aged man was an array formation master. Moreover, he was an array formation master whose attainments in array formation far surpassed his. Therefore, this feeling came from the threat of array formation masters. The middle-aged man entered the canyon and soon came out. The red-robed woman had already picked up Watanabe Ying's mid-grade spiritual sword. She walked toward the middle-aged man and said, "Father, who is this man? He actually used a mid-grade spiritual weapon." The middle-aged man said, "Elder of the Dongfu sect, Watanabe-ing. He was a one-star sage." The red-robed woman said in surprise, "A one-star sage was killed here. Who did it?" The middle-aged man slowly shook his head and said, "I'll set up the array first. Tong Yu, pay attention to the surroundings." The red-robed woman nodded. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the astral energy swept out like a blade. It slashed out dozens of feet and destroyed the coiling snake formation set up by Yixing in an instant. Then, the middle-aged man began to set up the array. His method of setting up the array was very brilliant. Moreover, he used array formation materials to greatly increase his speed of setting up the array. Yixing observed in the dark and even used his super brain to scan. The middle-aged man's method of setting up the array clearly appeared in Yixing's mind. With a comparison, Yixing could tell that this middle-aged man's attainments in array formation were much higher than Gu Tianshang's. Gu Tianshang was a second-level array grandmaster, so this middle-aged man was obviously a third-level array master. There was only one third-level array master in the entire Falling Star sect. Yixing had heard Gu Tianshang mention that he seemed to be called Lin Fenghua. Yixing could not help but guess. Could this middle-aged man be Lin Fenghua? If so, then he and the red-robed woman were both from the Falling Star sect. When Lin Fenghua's array covered half of the canyon, Zi Shanho returned. Yixing. From afar, Zi Shanho saw that there was an additional purple flame eagle near the canyon, and there were also 2 more people. He shouted loudly. Once Zi Shanho returned, Yixing felt relieved. He walked out from his hiding place, and in a flash, he arrived at the peak of the mountain and waved to Zi Shanho, "I'm here." The red-robed woman's gaze was attracted by their voices. She looked over, and the middle-aged man also stopped what he was doing. Both of them were slightly surprised. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be a martial artist hiding in the nearby mountain. Zi Shanho arrived on the purple flame eagle and waved to Yixing. He landed on the side of the canyon and jumped down from the eagle's back. He immediately bowed to the middle-aged man in front of him. "Zi Shanho, Hua Tianfeng, greets Elder Lin." Elder Lin. This middle-aged man was an elder of the Falling Star sect. Moreover, his surname was Lin, and he was a level 3 array master. Yixing, who was rushing over, instantly understood that he was the level 3 array master Lin Fenghua that Gu Tianshang had mentioned. After Zi Shanho bowed, he said to Yixing, "This is Elder Lin Fenghua, our sect's level 3 array master. This red-robed woman is Elder Lin's beloved daughter, Lin Tongyu, our sect's #1 inner disciple, and your senior sister." Before Yixing could speak, Lin Tongyu looked at Zi Shanho and exclaimed, "Zi Shanho, that Dong Fu sect's elder Watanabe-ing, was it you who killed him?" Zi Shanho nodded, "I risked my life and was lucky enough to kill him. If I could do it all over again, Watanabe-ing would not have underestimated me, but would have been more vigilant. He might not have died by my hands, and I might have been the one who died." Zi Shanho was telling the truth, but Lin Fenghua and Lin Tongyu's eyes were filled with surprise. A martial saint killing a perfected person, what kind of achievement was this? The southern part of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range had not had such a heaven-defying character for many years. Regardless of whether it was luck or luck, a martial saint killing a perfected person was an amazing thing. At this time, Yixing walked forward and bowed to Lin Fenghua and Lin Tongyu. "Disciple Yixing greets Elder Lin and senior sister Lin." Lin Fenghua sized up Yixing and said, "You're Yixing." Lin Fenghua had long heard of Yixing's name. In the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, he had brought his daughter Lin Tongyu to hunt down a spirit beast, helping Lin Tongyu break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm and become a mid-level martial saint. Spirit beasts were extremely rare demonic beasts. Rather than demonic beasts, they were more like medicinal herbs, because spirit beasts could help cultivators increase their cultivation and break through to the next level. However, spirit beasts were extremely fast and difficult to catch. Lin Fenghua and Lin Tongyu had chased a spirit beast in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range for several months before finally trapping it with a formation. At the most critical moment of the hunt for the spirit demon, Lin Fenghua received a message from Gu Tianshang. He heard that among the new disciples of the sect, there was a peerless genius with a monstrous talent in formations. Gu Tianshang said that his attainments in formations weren't enough to be the master of that genius, so he wanted Lin Fenghua to return to the sect as soon as possible and personally teach that genius. However, Lin Fenghua was at a critical moment in the hunt for the spirit beast, so he was not in a hurry to return to the sect. In the end, Lin Fenghua captured the spirit beast, allowing Lin Tongyu's cultivation to break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm. According to the rules of Thea, 4-star martial saint could be promoted to a core disciple. At this time, Lin Fenghua brought Lin Tongyu back to the sect. However, before he left the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, he received a message from the sect saying that a disciple had found a star crystal spiritual vein in the Kunyan Mountain Range and wanted him to quickly set up a formation around the star crystal spiritual vein and capture it in the hands of the Falling Star sect. Therefore, Lin Fenghua brought Lin Tongyu over. They were not far from the Kunyan Mountain Range, and the purple flame eagle was fast. Not long after receiving the message from the sect, they arrived here. In the message, Gu Tianshang had repeatedly emphasized that Yixing was a peerless genius in formation skills and had the potential to become a 4th or even 5th grade formation master. Therefore, the name Yixing had left a deep impression on Lin Fenghua. Yixing nodded. Yes. Lin Fenghua's eyes were filled with shock. You're Yixing, the one who learned formation skills from Gu Tianshang? Yixing nodded again. Yes. The shock in Lin Fenghua's eyes deepened. You were the one who set up the 2nd grade coiling snake formation? Yixing nodded again. Yes. The shock in Lin Fenghua's eyes turned into shock. You've never learned formation skills before, but you've become a 2nd grade formation master after learning from Gu Tianshang for 2 months? Seeing elder Lin Fenghua's shock, Yixing felt a little smug and happy. Of course, he did not show it. It was normal for people to feel smug and happy, but it was a different story if they showed it on their face. Every time the communication pearl sent a message, it would consume a lot of astral energy. Gu Tianshang was only a half-step perfected person, and he did not have enough astral energy in his body. Therefore, he did not explain Yixing's talent in formation skills to Lin Fenghua. He only emphasized that Yixing was a genius in formation skills, a peerless genius with monstrous talent. However, Lin Fenghua did not see it with his own eyes, so he did not take it to heart. Now that he learned that Yixing had become a 2nd grade formation master in 2 months, he was shocked. As a 3rd grade formation master, Lin Fenghua was a formation genius himself. He knew very well what it meant to become a 2nd grade formation master in 2 months. It was much, much faster than him. In the entire Qingyun district, there had never been such a monstrous formation genius. In fact, he had never heard of such a person in his life. Lin Fenghua exclaimed, "You really are a formation genius." Gu Tianshang was right. Yixing smiled embarrassedly. Zi Shanho also revealed a knowing smile. The more outstanding Yixing was, the happier he, as his master, would be. At this moment, Lin Tongyu was staring at Yixing with a strange expression. No matter how she looked at him, he looked a little familiar. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. I want to say, the more the merrier. Chapter 209. After looking at Yixing for a while, Lin Tongyu revealed a look of realization. She exclaimed, so it's you. Obviously, Lin Tongyu recognized Yixing. Lin Tongyu's impression of Yixing was very shallow. At that time, Yixing was only a 5th-level martial artist. To Lin Tongyu, who was a martial saint, he was completely insignificant. Lin Tongyu was only kind enough to help Yixing and Wei Qingxian out of the Azure Cloud Mountain range. Lin Tongyu had a deeper impression of Wei Qingxian because Wei Qingshuan's beauty was simply too stunning. Lin Danyu herself was a beauty. Many disciples of the Falling Star sect even called her the #1 beauty of the Falling Star sect. However, she felt that her appearance was slightly inferior to Wei Qingshuan's. Women were very concerned about their appearance. Therefore, the stunning Wei Qingxian left a deep impression in Lin Tongyu's mind. As for Yixing, although he was also very handsome, he definitely could not be considered stunningly handsome. Therefore, Lin Tongyu did not take it to heart. Therefore, when Lin Tongyu first saw Yixing, she did not recognize him at all. However, Lin Tongyu had brought Yixing and Wei Qingxian out of the Azure Cloud Mountain range more than half a year ago. Lin Tongyu still remembered that because she was attracted by Yixing's talent and formations, she focused on Yixing for a while. In the end, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. She finally remembered. Only then did Lin Tongyu remember Yixing. However, Yixing had already recognized Lin Tongyu. He said, "Thank you for saving me in the past, senior sister Lin. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That person left with you." Lin Tongyu had a deep impression of Wei Qingxian. Just as she was about to ask about Wei Qingshuan's whereabouts, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Only then did she realize that Yixing's current cultivation had undergone an unbelievable change compared to half a year ago. Lin Tongyu's voice suddenly became louder and filled with shock. "You're already a 2-star martial saint. In just half a year, you actually cultivated from the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm to the 2nd level of the Star Vortex Realm?" There was a gap of 5 levels between the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm and the 2nd level of the Star Vortex Realm. Moreover, there was also a huge leap from the Star Tempering Realm to the Star Vortex Realm. Even though Lin Tongyu was a 9-star Orange Fate disciple, she was still shocked by his cultivation speed. Lin Fenghua, who was standing to the side, also revealed an astonished expression. Even as an enlightened being in the astral realm and a 1-star Yellow Fate realm genius, he couldn't help but be shocked. Zi Shanho obviously didn't want Yixing to stand out too much, so he said, "Yixing also had many opportunities and good fortune to reach this step, especially when he broke through the celestial vortex realm and became a martial saint. It was because he absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence from this star crystal lode that he became a martial saint. Moreover, his cultivation broke through to the 2nd layer of the celestial vortex realm in one go, which is what happened today." Zi Shanho's meaning was obvious. The reason Yixing's cultivation rose so quickly was because of opportunities, especially breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a 2-star martial saint. It all happened today. Therefore, in half a year, Yixing had only cultivated from the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm to the half-step martial saint realm. It was also because of other opportunities that he rose so quickly. Zi Shanho paused and explained, "Yixing's heavenly fate is very low. He's only a 2-star heavenly fate. It's all because of opportunities and hard work that he was able to grow so quickly." With that said, Lin Tongyu and Lin Fenghua no longer felt that Yixing was a monstrous genius. It turned out that he had opportunities and was only a 2-star heavenly fate. It could be seen that without those opportunities, Yixing's martial achievements would be very low. If they knew that Yixing's heavenly fate had already risen to a 9-star Orange Fate, what would they think? 2-star heavenly fate is indeed too low. It seems like his martial talent is far from his talent in the Array Dao. He should focus on the Array Dao. Lin Fenghua sighed. He had the same opinion as Gu Tianshang. However, he was much more open-minded than Gu Tianshang. He didn't force Yixing to focus on the Array Dao. It depended on the individual's interest. Therefore, Lin Fenghua's sigh wasn't a rule for Yixing. It was just a sigh and an opinion. With that, Lin Fenghua changed his tone and looked at Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho knows a lot about Yixing. Zi Shanho, ever since he was sent out by the had always kept a low profile. Although Lin Fenghua looked to be about the same age as Zi Shanho, he was actually twice as old. When Zi Shanho was still a disciple of Lin Fenghua was already an inner sect elder of the Falling Star sect. He was very clear about Zi Shanho's matters. Logically speaking, Zi Shanho shouldn't know so much about Yixing. Yixing's growth was due to his opportunities. If he didn't have a close relationship with Yixing, he wouldn't know about these things. Zi Shanho didn't hide his relationship with Yixing from Lin Fenghua and said, Yixing is from the Purple Mountain County and is proficient in the Tao of archery. When he was in the Purple Mountain Academy, I took him in as my successor. So the two of you are master and disciple? Lin Fenghua nodded and said, Hua Tianfeng, you have a good eye. However, his talent in the Tao of arrays is even more monstrous. If I take him in as my disciple, you won't have any objections, right? In the sect, the identity of master and disciple didn't necessarily mean that one was an elder and the other was a disciple. As one grew older and their cultivation increased, the disciple would also become an elder. Enlightened being elders had the same seniority in the sect. However, in private, their seniority wasn't the same. It was possible that an enlightened being elder was the master of another enlightened being elder. Therefore, in private, Lin Fenghua was one generation higher than Zi Shanho. This was because when Zi Shanho was a disciple of Lin Fenghua was already an inner elder. However, in terms of the sect, Zi Shanho was now also an elder of the sect. His disciple could still be taken in as a disciple by Lin Fenghua. This wasn't considered a mess of seniority. However, the master-disciple relationship was a very important relationship for warriors. If a disciple wanted to acknowledge another master, the original master would have to agree. Zi Shanho was also surprised by Yixing's talent in arrays. Lin Fenghua was the only level 3 array master in the Falling Star sect. If he was willing to teach Yixing arrays, Zi Shanho couldn't possibly object. Although Lin Fenghua was only a 1-star sage, as the only level 3 array master his status in the sect was very high. Even the sect master had to receive him politely. Moreover, Lin Fenghua was the son of the Grand Elder of Lin Shiyuan. This identity made him very prominent in the Falling Star sect. If Yixing was accepted as a disciple by Lin Fenghua, he would also become an important figure in the Falling Star sect. This was a great guarantee for Yixing's safety. Zi Shanho cupped his fists and said, Elder Lin is willing to teach Yixing arrays. This is Yixing's blessing. How can I have any objections? Of course, I will fully support you. After that, he said to Yixing, Yixing, Elder Lin is the only level 3 array master in our sect. His attainments in arrays are extremely high. If you want to have achievements in arrays, it is the best way to learn from Elder Lin. Of course, whether you want to learn arrays or not depends on your own wishes. If you are unwilling, then decline Elder Lin's good intentions. If you are willing, then worship Elder Lin as your master. From now on, listen to Elder Lin's teachings. In a martial artist's life, it was not necessary to worship only one master. Some genius martial artists surpassed others in cultivation and eventually even surpassed their master's cultivation. In order to reach the peak of martial arts, they needed to worship a master with a higher cultivation and continue to learn. Therefore, it was normal for a martial artist to worship multiple masters. Conventionally speaking, the first master's position was close. A master for a day, a father for life. If a master was like a father, then the first master would be the biological father, and the future masters would be the adoptive father. If the first master and the second master had a disagreement, then logically speaking, the disciple should listen to the first master. Of course, who the disciple would listen to would depend on the disciple's intentions. Some people didn't even listen to their own parents, let alone their master. However, if they didn't listen, or even went against their master, then they would be labeled as disobedient and disobedient. It was the same as being unfilial to one's parents, and would be spurned by martial artists. Yixing was naturally willing to learn arrays from Lin Fenghua. Only with Lin Fenghua would he be able to learn level 3 arrays. However, if he was like Gu Tianshang, wanting him to abandon martial arts and wholeheartedly study arrays, this was something that Yixing would never agree to. Therefore, Yixing wasn't in a hurry to greet Lin Fenghua as a disciple. He said, "This disciple is honored that Elder Lin is willing to teach me arrays. However, this disciple is wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. If Elder Lin agrees to let me spend half of my time studying arrays, then this disciple is willing to respect Elder Lin as his master and learn arrays from Elder Lin. If Elder Lin wants me to spend all my time studying arrays before teaching me, then this disciple doesn't need to learn." Lin Fenghua heard this and laughed. "Yixing, you must be frightened by Gu Tianshang, this array fanatic. Not all array masters are like him, spending their entire lives studying arrays. He's called an array fanatic. Learning arrays from me doesn't depend on how much time you have. It depends on whether you put your heart into it, whether you have the talent, and whether you have the interest. A powerful array master needs time to learn, but time isn't the most important factor." Since Lin Fenghua had spoken so straightforwardly, Yixing naturally no longer hesitated. He glanced at Zishan Ho, and after seeing Zishan Ho nod, he knelt before Lin Fenghua, performing the ceremony of becoming a disciple. Disciple Yixing greets Master Lin. The second master was also called master, but when the first master was present, master was the first master's special title. This was a form of respect for the first master. For other masters, one could only call them by their surname and add the word master behind it. However, Lin Fenghua's surname was Lin, so he was called Master Lin. Lin Fenghua waved his hand and a powerful force lifted Yixing up. He said, "Good. I still need to set up a formation here to defend against the experts from the East supporting sect. You stay here and watch. Once I'm done, you, Tong Yu, and Zishan Ho will immediately leave this place. In the next few days, I will stay here to defend against the East supporting sect and won't return to the sect. Once the sect completely obtains the celestial crystal spirit vein, I will accept you as a direct disciple of the Falling Star sect. There's more tonight." Chapter 210. Not long after, Lin Fenghua had finished setting up the Tiangang formation. As a defensive formation, the Tiangang formation could withstand strong attacks. Beginner true masters could not break it. In order to protect the star crystal mine, it was not necessary to kill people, but to keep it in one's hands and not let the Dongfu sect take it away. Therefore, the defensive formation had to be set up. After setting up the defensive formations, Lin Fenghua would also set up killing formations, illusion formations, and other formations. Just one formation wasn't enough to stop the entire Dongfu sect. She had to set up a chain of formations that could be used for both offense and defense. With the Tiangang formation, Lin Fenghua did not let Yixing and the rest stay here. A star crystal mine would definitely attract a large-scale invasion from the Dongfu sect. This place would not be peaceful for a long time. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to get away for a long time. The Dongfu sect could not break the formation and take the star crystal mine for themselves. However, they could cut off the connection between the mine and the fallen star sect. By then, no one would be able to travel between the mine and the fallen star sect unless they were the top figures in the sect. With the Tiangang formation, Yixing and the rest knew that Lin Fenghua was safe. They left on the Purple Flame Eagle with Zishan Ho and Lin Tongyu. Lin Fenghua's Purple Flame Eagle was brought into the Heavenly Dipper formation. Although the Heavenly Dipper formation was unlikely to be broken by a beginner true master, the Dongfu sect had the advantage of numbers. If they were strong enough to break the Heavenly Dipper formation, Lin Fenghua would have to escape on the Purple Flame Eagle. The Purple Flame Eagle was very fast. In less than 4 hours, they had returned to the Zishan County city. It was already dusk. Lin Tongyu stayed a night at the Zishan Ho's palace and left for the Fallen Star sect the next day. Yixing stayed at the Zishan Ho's palace. Lin Fenghua would take some time before returning to the Fallen Star sect. Yixing could use this time to learn archery from Zishan Ho. The cultivation of the spiritual martial force was extremely difficult. Although Yixing had a super brain and his learning ability was 1,000 times faster than other warriors, if he had a master to teach him, he would be able to avoid many detours and save a lot of time. Especially since Yixing had never learned spiritual martial arts archery before. Now that he had learned a middle spiritual martial arts archery, it was extremely difficult. At this time, the experience of his master was extremely important. The reason why the spiritual martial arts was so difficult was that it was not only about martial arts skills, but also about martial arts comprehension. The super brain could help with martial arts skills, but it could not help with martial arts comprehension. Every day, Zishan Ho would teach Yixing the 4 elements arrow art. At first, Yixing's progress was slow, and he could not comprehend it. But after 2 days, Yixing had a flash of inspiration. When he was learning the 4 elements arrow art, he released the Sagittarius constellation. The Sagittarius constellation was the ultimate constellation for archers. Under the cover of the Sagittarius constellation's star power, Yixing's comprehension of archery had greatly increased. In this way, the super brain increased the skill of the 4 elements arrow art, the Sagittarius constellation increased the comprehension of the 4 elements arrow art. Yixing's learning of the 4 elements arrow art was progressing by leaps and bounds. In just half a month, Yixing had successfully learned the 4 elements arrow art and reached the entry level. He could use the defensive archery moves Black Tortoise Arrow Style, Vermilion Bird Arrow Style. Zishan County, Wangqing Slope. Zishan Ho's eyes were filled with astonishment. In just half a month, Yixing had learned the 4 elements arrow art. This truly shocked him. When he had first obtained the 4 elements arrow art, he was already an intermediate martial saint. However, he had used half a year to reach the entry level of the 4 elements arrow art. The difference between half a year and half a month was simply too great. After Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, his cultivation of the 4 elements arrow art progressed by leaps and bounds. This made Zishan Ho sigh in admiration at the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Of course, what he didn't know was that the super brain in Yixing's head was the main reason why Yixing was able to reach the entry level of the 4 elements arrow art in just half a month. If he only had the comprehension and not the skill, he wouldn't be able to shoot the Vermilion Bird Arrow Style and Black Tortoise Arrow Style. Therefore, the super brain's ability to increase the speed of the skill was also very important. Yixing, your cultivation of archery has exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that you would need 2 to 3 months to reach the entry level of the 4 elements arrow art. In the end, you only used half a month. Zishan Ho walked in front of Yixing and said with a surprised tone, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. I can only teach you the entry level of the 4 elements arrow art. I've already taught you everything I need to teach. In the future, you just need to practice like you are doing now. As for the final result, it will depend on your perseverance. Yixing said humbly, it's all because of the master's good teaching. Zishan Ho smiled lightly. Yixing's words sounded like flattery, but he was very happy to hear it. At least, it proved that Yixing was not someone who was proud and arrogant just because of a little achievement. After a smile, Zishan Ho changed the topic. Yixing, do you know the origin of the Falling Star sect? As a disciple of the Yixing naturally knew the answer to this question. I heard that 700 years ago, a falling star smashed into the current location of the Falling Star sect. The falling star brought along a secret space. Inside, the founder of the sect obtained the upper-level spiritual martial art inheritance, Falling Star Incantation, and became a 4-star sage. He established the sect and built the Falling Star sect on the land of the fallen stars. Zishan Ho nodded, that's right. The reason why the sect was established was because of the upper-level spiritual martial art inheritance, falling star incantation. And the falling star incantation came from the falling star secret space. Therefore, the falling star secret space is the reason why the sect was established. Yixing nodded and listened quietly. There must be a reason why Zi Shanho talked about the falling star secret space. Zi Shanho continued, the falling star secret space is one of the treasured lands of the sect, just like the Blue Cloud ancient land to the Blue Cloud sect. Because every time the falling star secret space is opened, it consumes a large amount of energy. If the energy is used up, the falling star secret space will disappear completely. According to the research of the ancestors of the sect, the falling star secret space needs to be supplied with energy by the star gathering formation. Every 3 years, the falling star secret space can only be opened once. After 2 months, the falling star secret space will open again. There are powerful spiritual martial arts inheritances, powerful spiritual level martial arts, spiritual weapons, and various treasures inside. Yixing understood. Teacher, you mean you want me to enter the falling star secret space? Zi Shanho nodded. That's right, the benefits inside the falling star secret space are not inferior to the Blue Cloud ancient land. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3 years before you can enter. Therefore, this time, you must fight for it. However, the falling star secret space is not that easy to enter. According to the sect's rules, only core disciples can enter the falling star secret space. This is the cultivation of core disciples. However, as Elder Lin's personal disciple, if you can defeat a core disciple before the falling star secret space opens, it won't be difficult for Elder Lin to allow you to enter the falling star secret space. Only by becoming a 4-star martial saint could one become a core disciple. Defeating a core disciple meant defeating at least a 4-star martial saint. Yixing felt a lot of pressure. He had never fought a 4-star martial saint before. Although Yixing had defeated a 4-star martial saint when he killed Du Biancheng had only defeated the weakest 4-star martial saint. Moreover, Yixing had used all his trump cards to kill Du Biancheng, including 2 types of astrology. However, if he defeated a core disciple in the sect, he could not expose his astrology. Therefore, Yixing could not use the power of his astrology. This greatly limited Yixing's strength. Without using the power of his astrology, Yixing's strength was still far from Du Biancheng's. It was almost impossible for him to defeat a 4-star martial saint. However, if he wanted to enter the falling star secret domain, he had to defeat a core disciple. Otherwise, the sect had set a rule that only core disciples could enter. If he was weaker than a core disciple, what right did he have to enter? Moreover, the sect's rule stated that a 4-star martial saint could become a core disciple. It did not mean that a 4-star martial saint could become a core disciple. Therefore, even if Yixing had the strength of a 4-star martial saint, he was not a core disciple. Entering the falling star sect was a violation of the sect's rules. If Yixing did not have a backer and he would not be able to enter the falling star secret domain even if he defeated a 4-star martial saint and a core disciple. However, Yixing now had a backer. Zi Shanho was his master. This was not considered a backer in the falling star sect. However, Lin Fenghua was his master. This was definitely a powerful backer. The Grand Elder's son was the only grade 3 array master in the falling star sect. In the other than the Grand Elder Lin Xiuyuan, who could suppress Lin Fenghua, the rest could not be compared to Lin Fenghua in terms of status and prestige. Even the falling star sect's sect master could not suppress Lin Fenghua. He had to be polite to Lin Fenghua. As Lin Fenghua's personal disciple, as long as he could defeat a core disciple, even if he was not a 4-star martial saint, wouldn't it be easy for Lin Fenghua to enter the falling star secret domain? Therefore, the key to whether Yixing could enter the falling star secret domain was whether he could defeat a core disciple. If Yixing did not have the strength, even if Lin Fenghua had a high status in the Shi could not break the sect's rules for Yixing. In just 2 months, could he defeat a 4-star martial saint without using the power of the astrology? It was indeed difficult. Yixing also felt a lot of pressure. However, Yixing was confident and full of fighting spirit. At least, he had the beginner level of the 4 symbols arrow technique. This was equivalent to the power of a lower-rank martial artist in the greater success stage. Even if he did not use the power of the astrology, the arrows he shot out were extremely powerful. Moreover, he had discovered the starry crystal mine. After half a month, the starry crystal mine had been taken. Under Lin Fenghua's layers of formations, the East supporting sect did not manage to take over the starry crystal mine and retreated. The starry crystal mine now belonged to the falling star sect. Therefore, Yixing had 10,000 contribution points. These 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for spiritual martial arts. If he could exchange for a middle-rank spiritual martial art and learn it to the beginner level, he would have a greater chance of defeating a 4-star martial saint. Moreover, the most important thing was that the black hole astrology could help him cultivate and increase his cultivation speed. Now that he had a 9-star orange fate, if he had cultivation resources, his cultivation speed would be very fast. He had obtained some spiritual medicine in the Green Cloud Mountain. If he could get the alchemists of the sect to refine the elixirs for him, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. If he could break through to the 3rd-star vortex realm before the falling star secret domain opened, he would have no problem defeating a core disciple. I'm going all out today. I'll write another chapter tonight. Chapter 211. Now that the 4 symbols arrow technique had reached the beginner level, Yixing left Zishan County and returned to the falling star sect. In the past half a month, although Yixing was in Zishan County, his name had spread throughout the falling star sect. Even in the inner gate, he had become a celebrity. This was because Yixing had found a star crystal lode and the falling star sect had guarded it. Therefore, Yixing had received 10,000 contribution points. Chu Jingyue had also received 10,000 contribution points. Like Yixing, she was also famous in the inner gate of the falling star sect. 10,000 contribution points was a lot. According to the rules of the sect, 500 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 lower-grade spiritual martial art. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 20 lower-grade spiritual martial arts. Therefore, 10,000 contribution points was indeed a huge sum of money. Not to mention the inner gate disciples, even the core disciples did not have 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention having 10,000 contribution points, there were not many core disciples who had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. However, Yixing and Chu Jingyue, 2 outer gate disciples, had obtained 10,000 contribution points so easily. In their eyes, it was like a pie falling from the sky onto their heads. They thought that Yixing and Chu Jingyue had obtained 10,000 contribution points easily, but they did not think about it. If they had found a star crystal lode in the Kunyan Mountains, which was very close to the Dongfu sect but very far from the wood they have been able to keep it. Most people had always been jealous of the windfall. 10,000 contribution points was a huge sum of money. In the eyes of the disciples, Yixing and Chu Jingyue had obtained a huge windfall. Moreover, Yixing and Chu Jingyue had broken through to the star vortex realm because of the star crystal spiritual essence in the star crystal lode. They had reached the martial sage realm in 1 step and became inner gate disciples of the falling star sect. This made the disciples feel that the 2 of them had gotten lucky. The disciples were envious and jealous of the 2's windfall. They believed that the reason why the 2 had become martial sacred realm was due to luck. Therefore, the disciples despised Yixing and Huang Xiaolong. Yixing was in Zishan Prefecture, so he naturally could not feel the contempt of the disciples of the falling star sect. However, Chu Jingyue, who was the first to return to the sect, could clearly feel it. Of course, beautiful women had their advantages. Many inner disciples turned into fans when they saw Chu Jingyue in person. These were all male disciples. The female disciples didn't like Chu Jingyue's beauty. This could even be one of the reasons for their jealousy because Chu Jingyue was very unpopular among the female disciples. That was until something happened that changed everything. The elder of the Hua Tianshu, the wife of the headmaster, had taken Chu Jingyue as her personal disciple. In an instant, Chu Jingyue's status had risen above that of an inner sect disciple. Being a personal disciple of an elder was a treatment that only core disciples could enjoy. Among hundreds of inner sect disciples, there were very few who could become a personal disciple of an elder. Only the top 10 inner sect disciples had this hope. Outside of the top 10, those who could become a personal disciple of an elder were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Although Chu Jingyue was only a one-star martial sacred realm, she had become a personal disciple of an elder. Naturally, her status was far beyond that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Most of the inner sect disciples could only look up to her. There was a limit to people's jealousy. When a person's status reached a level that some people had to look up to, jealousy could easily turn into envy. Chu Jingyue had completed the transformation from being envied to being envied. As for why she was accepted as a personal disciple by Hua Tianshu, Chu Jingyue was confused. Hua Tianshu only accepted 2 personal disciples. The eldest disciple, He Hongjiao, had an 8-star orange fate. The second disciple, Zhen Xiuxi, had a 7-star orange fate. Chu Jingyue, on the other hand, had an ordinary 9-star fate. She was not even a 1-star orange fate. With such a fate, it would be difficult for her to cultivate in the star vortex realm in the future. Every time she advanced to the next realm, she would need to put in many times more effort than others, resources, and even opportunities. Logically speaking, with her aptitude, she should not have been accepted as a personal disciple by an elder. Firstly, she had no talent. Secondly, she was not a relative of Hua Tianshu. Therefore, when she became a personal disciple of an elder, not to mention the other inner sect disciples, even Chu Jingyue herself was surprised. Regardless, being accepted as a personal disciple by an elder was a joyous occasion. Chu Jingyue was very happy in her heart. Because Chu Jingyue had become an existence that all the inner sect disciples looked up to, of the 2 who had made a windfall and gotten lucky, only Yixing was left. He continued to be despised by the other inner sect disciples. Yixing did not return to the sect. Because Lin Fenghua had just obtained the star crystal lode and the Shi was still in the lode. Therefore, none of the inner sect disciples of the Falling Star sect knew that Yixing had been accepted as a personal disciple by Lin Fenghua. When Yixing returned to he first returned to the second peak of the outer sect. Because his cultivation had broken through the star vortex realm and he had become a martial sage, he was promoted to an inner sect disciple as soon as he returned to the sect's personnel hall to register. On the same day, Yixing moved into the inner sect of the Falling Star sect. There were 2 most lively halls. One was the affair hall, and the other was the sect affair hall. Inside the affair hall, all the affairs of the Falling Star sect were basically handled by the affair hall. Outside the sect affair hall, all the sect's missions were basically handled by the sect affair hall. Yixing had to go to the affair hall to receive his sect's contribution points. In the affair hall of the inner sect, many inner sect disciples came and went. When Yixing, an unfamiliar face, walked in, many inner sect disciples sized him up before looking away. There were hundreds of inner sect disciples, and it was impossible to know all of them. Every small group of people had their own small circle, and they rarely interacted with those they did not know. After Yixing entered the affair hall, he chose a line with fewer people and lined up at the back. Not long after, the disciple in front finished his business and left. A few new inner sect disciples lined up behind him. "What's the matter?" The deacon inside glanced at Yixing and asked indifferently. Yixing looked at the deacon's badge. His name was Fan Gang, and he scanned his cultivation. He was a 5-star martial sage. Yixing handed over his inner sect badge and said, "Receive your contribution points." Fan Gang took the badge and asked subconsciously, "Name, how many contribution points are you receiving?" The name was on the badge, and the amount of contribution points could also be found through the badge. Therefore, Fan Gang asked an unnecessary question. However, since the other party asked, Yixing did not pretend that he did not hear. He said, "Yixing, receive 10,000 contribution points. Swish, when Yixing said this, all the inner sect disciples in the affair hall looked at Yixing in unison. When they first saw Yixing, none of the inner sect disciples looked at him because they did not know him. Now that they heard him call himself Yixing, everyone's eyes were focused on him. It could be imagined that there were very few inner sect disciples who did not know Yixing. Yixing's senses were extremely sensitive, and he immediately sensed everyone's gazes. He turned his head and swept his gaze over them, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with contempt. There was also envy and jealousy. It was because of envy that they were jealous, and it was because of jealousy that they despised him. He is Yixing. He doesn't look that old. Didn't he just become a martial sage because he swallowed the star crystal spiritual essence? How come he is already a 2-star martial sage? 10,000 contribution points. This kid is really lucky. TSK, TSK. That's right. What a lucky bastard. The inner sect disciples suddenly whispered to each other. Yixing's hearing was very sensitive, and he could hear most of the whispers. He could not help but laugh in his heart. Lucky bastard. Lucky bastard. It was luck, but it was a big mistake to attribute it to luck. If it were any other inner sect disciple who discovered the star crystal mineral vein, the Dong Fu sect would have taken it away. That was because even Zichuanyu and the other 4, who were the first to arrive at the mineral vein, could not be killed by any inner sect disciple of the falling star sect. Once one of them escaped, it would not be long before a large number of experts from the Dong Fu sect came. If the Dong Fu sect had taken the star crystal mineral vein before Lin Fenghua arrived, the falling star sect would have no hope of taking it back. That was because the Dong Fu sect was stronger than the falling star sect. Like the spiritual moon sect, they also had 2 3-star spiritual masters. The falling star sect only had Lin Xiuyuan, and he was already old. The falling star sect had no other way to take the star crystal mineral vein, other than using the array to protect it first. Yixing ignored the inner court disciples. Instead, he waved his hand at Deacon Fan Gang, who had a surprised look on his face. Fan Gang was also an inner sect disciple. He knew very well how valuable 10,000 contribution points were. It was enough to exchange for 20 types of lower-grade spiritual martial arts. It could even be exchanged for 2 types of middle-grade spiritual martial arts. For a sect like the upper-grade spiritual martial arts were extremely rare. They were basically the treasures of the sect, and very few people were qualified to learn them. Therefore, the highest martial arts that could be exchanged with contribution points were middle-grade spiritual martial arts. One middle-grade spiritual martial art was enough to make countless martial saints go crazy. 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts were priceless. None of the inner sect disciples had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Even among the core disciples, there were not many who had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. And Yixing, who had just entered the inner sect, could use contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. How enviable was that? Even the core disciples were very tempted by 10,000 contribution points. Of course, no one thought that Yixing would spend 10,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Normally, Yixing's current cultivation was too low. It would be extremely difficult for him to learn a middle-grade spiritual martial art. If he could not even enter the entry level of a middle-grade spiritual martial art, he would not be able to use it. It would be a waste of time. Therefore, according to the thinking of a normal person, they would first exchange for lower-grade spiritual martial arts and cultivation pills. They would only leave 5,000 contribution points for when their cultivation was higher and their lower-grade spiritual martial arts were higher, they would exchange for middle-grade spiritual martial arts to learn. Obviously, Yixing was different from most people. After he had received 10,000 contribution points from the affair hall, he headed towards the Falling Star sect's martial pavilion. His goal was to choose a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Third update. Yesterday's update has been made up. Today's update is 2. However, it still counts as owing 1. The extra one is a gift. Monthly votes ranking crisis, please give me 10 monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 212. Martial Pavilion. When the Martial Pavilion elder Guingzhou saw Yixing again, his face was full of shock. First, it was because Yixing had mastered the pure Yuan technique. Second, it was because Yixing had become a 2-star martial saint. Third, it was because Yixing had discovered a star crystal mine and was famous for it. Last time when Yixing had chosen the pure Yuan technique, the Martial Pavilion elder had advised Yixing against it, saying that it was difficult to master the pure Yuan technique and that only 1 in 100 years could master it in the Falling Star sect. Thinking about it now, the Martial Pavilion elder felt ashamed. The Martial Pavilion elder had a smile on his face and appeared to be more amiable than last time. Yixing, are you here to choose a spiritual level martial technique? Yixing nodded. The Martial Pavilion elder handed a book to Yixing. Our sect has a total of 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques. Among them, there are 5 types of Qigong and 18 types of martial techniques. Which one do you want to learn? This was a book that recorded the low-tier spiritual martial force. The spiritual martial force manual was extremely precious and could not be read by anyone. When the disciples chose the spiritual martial force, they would first look at the introduction of the spiritual martial force. After choosing the spiritual martial force, they would then receive the corresponding manual. Yixing flipped through the book that recorded the 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques and returned it to the Martial Pavilion elder, saying, Elder, I would like to see the introduction of the middle-grade spiritual martial techniques. The Martial Pavilion elder was slightly surprised. The difficulty of cultivating a middle-grade spiritual martial technique was much higher than that of the lower-grade spiritual martial technique. Normal martial saints would only start to come into contact with middle-grade spiritual martial techniques when they reached the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. Although he was surprised, he did not say anything. The Martial Pavilion elder took out another book and said, There are only 7 types of middle-grade spiritual martial techniques in our sect. One of them has never been successfully cultivated, and one of them is extremely rare. Only 5 of them are relatively common. You should read them first. The Martial Pavilion elder said it very tactfully. He did not say that he wanted Yixing to learn first. The book that recorded the middle spiritual martial force was much thinner than the book that recorded the lower spiritual martial force. There were only 7 types of middle spiritual martial force. Yixing quickly went through it. Purple Flame Sword Technique, Middle Class Spiritual Martial Arts, Fire Attribute Martial Arts. The Clear Breeze Shadowless Blade was a middle-level spiritual martial art of the Wind attribute. The Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade was a middle-class spiritual martial art with no attributes. The Sky Water Whirlpool Palm was a mid-level spiritual martial art of the Water attribute. Sky Bat Steps, middle-level spiritual martial force, light body technique with no attributes. Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, middle-class spiritual martial art, thunder attribute martial arts. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, middle-class spiritual martial art, dark attribute martial arts. Among them, the Purple Flame Sword Technique, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade, the Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade, the Sky Water Whirlpool Palm, and the Sky Bat Steps were the most commonly used. Most of the upper echelons of the Falling Stars sect had learned these 5 middle spiritual martial techniques. As for the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist and the Dark Spirit Spear Technique, they were extremely rare. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist required one to have the thunder attribute or to have understood the power of thunder and lightning. There would not be 1 in 100 years in the Falling Star sect. Right now, there was only one person who had learned the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. That was the head, Lu Tianyuan. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist was only a middle-class spiritual martial art. However, with the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, Lu Tianyuan was able to suppress all the enlightened masters of the same stage who had learned the upper-class spiritual martial arts. The thunder attribute martial arts were extremely powerful but also extremely difficult to learn. Only a few special people could learn it. Therefore, to most people, this martial art was of little value. However, there were still people who could learn the purple lightning thunder fist. However, ever since the Falling Star sect had obtained the Dark Spirit Spear technique, no one had ever learned it. There were two conditions to learn a certain martial art. One was the innate condition, and the other was the acquired condition. As long as one met one of the conditions, they could learn it. The innate condition was the martial artist's physique. Based on the attribute of the physique, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the same attribute. This was determined from birth. The acquired condition was the martial artist's understanding. There were different types of forces in the heavens and earth. The forces were the essence of different attributes. When one understood the force of the heavens and earth, naturally, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of that attribute. This was the condition obtained through hard work. It was the acquired condition. For example, Yixing had comprehended the wind force. He could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the wind attribute. Among the martial artist's physique, the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes were the most common. Next was wind, then thunder, then light, darkness, and other special attributes. A lightning-attributed body was 1 in a million among martial sages. A body with a special attribute was even more so 1 in a trillion. It was simply too rare. In the 700 years of the Falling Star sect's history, there had never been a martial artist with the dark attribute. Therefore, no one had learned the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Not to mention even in the entire Qingyun area, it was rare to see a martial artist with the dark attribute. After Yixing finished reading the introductions of the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, he made a decision: Elder, I want to exchange for the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Sky Bat Movement technique. Light body techniques were a must-learn. Among the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, there was only one light body technique. Therefore, Yixing had to choose the Sky Bat Movement technique. As for the Dark Spirit Spear technique, Yixing had thought it over. Firstly, special attribute martial arts were extremely powerful. The power of the Dark Spirit Spear technique was even stronger than the Purple Thunder Fist. Secondly, although he did not know if his physique had the dark attribute, Yixing believed that he had a chance to learn the Dark Spirit Spear technique. It was because he had the black hole astrology. Once he used the black hole astrology, he could create a world of darkness. Yixing felt that with the help of the black hole astrology, he had a great chance of learning the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Didn't the Sagittarius constellation allow him to learn archery by leaps and bounds? The black hole astrology stood side by side with the Sagittarius constellation between his eyebrows. Since the black hole astrology had the dark attribute, why couldn't he learn the Dark Spirit Spear technique? Furthermore, the Sagittarius constellation was an attack-type astrology, while the black hole astrology was a support-type astrology. The Sagittarius constellation was useful for Yixing's martial arts training. The black hole astrology should be even more useful. The Dark Spirit Spear technique was powerful and he had a great chance of learning it. Of course, Yixing would choose it. However, the martial pavilion elder furrowed his brows. The Dark Spirit Spear technique was described as powerful, but in reality, no one in the Falling Stars sect had ever learned it. Learning the Dark Spirit Spear technique didn't depend on one's martial talent, but on one's ability. If you did not have the conditions, you would not be able to learn it even if you trained for your entire life. The martial pavilion elder said, Yixing, with your cultivation, it is still too early to learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique. If you must learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique, you can learn the Sky Bat Steps as the only middle-tier spirit martial technique. But this Dark Spirit Spear technique, I don't think you should waste your sect contribution points on it. Learning a middle-tier spirit martial technique required 5,000 contribution points. Yixing only had 10,000 contribution points, which was just enough to learn 2 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. If Yixing did not learn the Dark Spirit Spear technique, then the 5,000 contribution points would be wasted. 5,000 contribution points were enough to learn 10 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. Many core disciples did not have that many contribution points. It would be a pity if it was wasted. In response to the Martial Pavilion elder's dissuasion, Yixing still smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose these two options. The Martial Pavilion elder's expression froze. He remembered the last time when he tried to persuade Yixing. In the end, Yixing still wanted to learn the pure Yuan technique, and he had even succeeded. This made him feel ashamed. However, the Dark Spirit Spear technique was not the pure Yuan technique. The pure Yuan technique was only difficult to learn and very few people had succeeded. However, the Dark Spirit Spear technique was something that no one had learned in the 700 years since the establishment of the Falling Star sect. In the past 700 years, the Falling Star sect had many outstanding disciples, but none of them had succeeded. Could it be that Yixing had succeeded? The Martial Pavilion elder did not believe it as he said, Yixing, you should reconsider. The reason why you obtained 10,000 contribution points at once was because you were lucky enough to discover a star crystal lode. In the future, it will be difficult to obtain so many contribution points again. It is not wise to waste 5,000 contribution points at once. Yixing's expression was normal as he said, I have made up my mind. Even if I can't learn it, I will not regret it. The Martial Pavilion elder was speechless as he shook his head. The admiration he had for Yixing had receded quite a bit. In his opinion, Yixing was clearly too stubborn and didn't know his own limits. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not long after, the Martial Pavilion elder sent someone to bring the Dark Spirit Spear technique and the Sky Bat Movement technique martial arts manuals to Yixing. 1 month later, you must return the manuals. Within 1 month, you are not allowed to leave the sect. You are not allowed to divulge the contents of the manuals. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. After the Martial Pavilion elder finished speaking, he said again, Yixing, if you change your mind now and want to learn other martial arts, I will still do it for you. Thank you, elder. I will only learn these two. Yixing declined and left the Martial Pavilion. I wish my brothers and sisters a happy new year. I sent a small red packet in the group. I don't know which brothers and sisters got it. I apologize for not updating well during the new year. Thank you brothers for your understanding. Chapter 213. As soon as Yixing left the Martial Pavilion, he bumped into Zhenqiu. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. The two looked at each other and their eyes were filled with anger. Yixing looked at Zhenqiu with confidence in his eyes. When he left the Falling Star sect 2 months ago, Zhenqiu was a 3-star martial saint who was ranked in the top 10 among the inner disciples. He was someone that Yixing had to look up to. He could only trap Zhenqiu with his level 2 bronze wall array. Now, Yixing was a 2-star martial saint and had killed Du Bianying, the top inner disciple of the Dongfu sect who was comparable to a 4-star martial saint. If he used all his trump cards, killing Zhenqiu would be a piece of cake. In Yixing's eyes, Zhenqiu was not worth mentioning. He could kill him anytime. When he saw Zhenqiu, he was very confident. Yixing, you really came to the Martial Pavilion. Zhenqiu stared at Yixing with a fierce gaze and a fierce voice. From his words, it was clear that it was not a coincidence that he met Yixing. He came to the Martial Pavilion on purpose to look for Yixing. Yixing looked at Zhenqiu with a faint smile. You're looking for me? Zhenqiu said coldly, of course I'm looking for you. Yixing, you're also an inner disciple now. Come to the life and death arena with me. Let's end this grudge. My brother has been waiting for you in the underworld for a long time. When Yixing was an outer disciple, Zhenqiu, as an inner disciple who was ranked in the top 10, was naturally embarrassed to challenge Yixing to the life and death arena. He also could not go to the outer disciples to bully Yixing. It was beneath his status. Therefore, he could only deal with Yixing with the help of an outer disciple or wait for Yixing to leave the Falling Star sect to settle his grudge. However, things were different now that Yixing had become an inner disciple. It was normal for inner disciples to challenge each other. Even though Zhenqiu, as one of the top 10 outer disciples, challenging an inner disciple who had just been promoted to an inner disciple was clearly bullying. No one could say anything about it since there was a grudge between the two of them. The martial pavilion was also a place that disciples frequented. At this moment, there were a few inner court disciples who were either heading to or coming out of the martial pavilion who were watching from afar. They were all secretly astonished. They did not know about the grudge between Jinqiu-si and Yixing, but they knew that Jinqiu-si was the 10th inner disciple. Among the 3-star martial sages, his strength was top-notch. On the other hand, Yixing had only broken through to the martial saint realm with the help of the star crystal spiritual essence. He had just been promoted to an inner disciple. If he were to enter the life and death arena, wouldn't Yixing only die? He might even be instantly killed by Jin prison temple. Yixing smiled indifferently. Enter the life and death arena. This was exactly what he wanted. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Jinqiu-si was a reputable figure among the inner court disciples. Of course, Yixing could not kill him casually. However, in the life and death arena, it was a matter of course to fight to the death. There were 2 ways to kill Jinqiu-si. One was to fight to the death on the life and death arena. The other was to secretly assassinate Jinqiu-si after he left the Falling Star sect. Compared to the latter, Yixing preferred to kill Jinqiu-si openly on the life and death arena. You can enter the life and death arena. Yixing nodded and changed the topic. However, today is not the day. Today, I have learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. I need to practice it first. Do you dare to wait for me for a month? After a month, I will use this middle-tier spiritual martial art to take your life on the life and death arena. At this moment, other than the 4 symbols arrow technique, Yixing did not know any other spiritual martial arts. He had to rely on his astrology to fight with Jinqiu-si on the life and death arena. Regardless of whether it was the Sagittarius constellation or the Black Hole constellation, Yixing did not want to reveal them in front of everyone. Thus, the best way was to kill Jinqiu-si without using the power of the astrology. If he could master the middle-tier spiritual martial art, the Dark Spirit Spear technique, killing Jinqiu-si would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Yixing wanted to postpone the battle to a month later. Although the 4 symbols arrow technique was also a middle-tier spiritual martial art and its archery skills were powerful, it was not inferior to the Dark Spirit Spear technique. However, archery skills needed space to be used. The life and death arena was only 100 meters in radius. For a martial saint, it was almost a square foot. It would be difficult for him to use his archery skills. Furthermore, Yixing believed in his talent. If he could master the 4 symbols arrow technique in half a month, then he should be able to master the Dark Spirit Spear technique in the same amount of time. Yixing had given himself 1 month, which was twice the time to master the 4 symbols arrow technique. It should be more than enough time. Jinqiu-si's eyes flashed as he thought quickly. Although Jinqiu-si could not wait to tear Yixing into pieces, Yixing did not reject his challenge. He had only postponed the battle for a month. As one of the top 10 inner sect disciples, he had to accept Yixing's suggestion. Or else, if word got out, wouldn't people say that Jinqiu-si did not dare to give Yixing a month's time? This was an extremely embarrassing matter. How could he not dare to do it? What could he do in a month's time? Even if Yixing practiced in lower-tier martial art, it would be difficult for him to master it in a month's time. Furthermore, Yixing had just said that he had learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. He wanted to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month? What a joke! Even if he had a year, or even a few years, he would not be able to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art at the initial stage of the Star Vortex realm. In Jinqiu-si's eyes, Yixing wanting to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month's time was a complete joke. Now that there were other inner sect disciples watching from the side, Jinqiu-si could not let others look down on him. Although he was unwilling, he could only say with hatred, "Fine. Yixing, I'll give you a month's time. I want to see how far you can go with the middle-tier spiritual martial art you just learned." Hee hee. Next month on this day, I'll take your life in the life and death arena. After saying this, Zhenqiu looked at Yixing with murderous intent and turned to leave. Cold laughter could be heard. In Zhenqiu's eyes, Yixing only set the life and death duel a month later because he was afraid and wanted to buy time to find a way out. Zhenqiu sneered in his heart. He did not think that Yixing had a way out. If Yixing stayed in he would have to go to the life and death arena in a month's time. If he escaped from Theet would be even better. He would die even faster. Yixing also had a faint smile on his face. In his eyes, a month's time was enough for him to learn the dark spirit spear art. By then, taking Zhenqiu's life would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even if Yixing did not learn the dark spirit spear art, Yixing still had the ability to kill Zhenqiu. By then, he only needed to use the black hole astrology to cover Zhenqiu in a world of darkness. Then, he would use the four symbols arrow art to kill Zhenqiu. Although Yixing did not want to reveal his astrology, he had no choice but to use it in a life and death situation. If he had no other choice, he would have to use the power of the astrology. Comparing the two, only the black hole astrology could be used. The Sagittarius astrology was too obvious and could be easily recognized. However, the black hole astrology was too rare. Basically, no one could recognize it. They could only see a black star and could not judge anything. As for the world of darkness and the dark vortex, they could only be seen when Yixing attacked. As long as he used the black hole astrology, he would not leave the target alive. Outsiders would not know the secret of the black hole astrology. When Zhenqiu and Yixing left one after another, the inner disciples near the martial pavilion immediately burst into an uproar. There was a lot of discussion, and the news quickly spread. In a month's time, the 10th inner disciple, Zhenqiu, would fight the new inner disciple, Yixing, on the life and death arena. This news quickly spread throughout the entire inner sanctum. All the inner disciples, deacons, and even elders were shocked when they heard the news. On the life and death arena, there was only life and death, no victory or defeat. There were too few people who went up. As disciples of the same sect, there were very few who would fight to the death on the life and death arena. When someone went up to the life and death arena, it was a big deal. Moreover, both Zhenqiu and Yixing were famous among the inner disciples. Zhenqiu was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. As a direct disciple of an elder, there was no inner disciple who did not know him. Yixing was originally an outer disciple. Not long after he entered he became the #1 outer disciple. He even found a star crystal mine and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the help of the star crystal spiritual essence in the mine, he broke through the star vortex realm and became a 2-star martial saint. Such an experience filled the hearts of countless inner disciples with envy. But more than that, they were jealous. Therefore, when Zhenqiu and Yixing dueled, there was no doubt that the majority of the inner disciples would stand on Zhenqiu's side. In a month's time, Yixing would become a dead man. Those who could become inner disciples were all martial saints. They were already the backbone of the sect. Although the sect allowed disciples to resolve conflicts on the life and death arena, every pair of disciples who went up to the life and death arena would be dissuaded. Yixing and Zhenqiu were no exception. As a result, the grudge between Yixing and Zhenqiu was dug out by the sect and everyone knew about it. Originally, the majority of the inner disciples stood on Zhenqiu's side. Now that they knew that Zhenqiu was avenging his brother's death at the hands of Yixing, their stance became firmer and they collectively placed Yixing on the opposite side. As long as Yixing kneels every 3 steps, kowtows every 9 steps, and cuts off one of his arms in front of my brother's grave as an apology, we will let him live and cancel the duel on the life and death arena. Under the mediation of the sect, Zhenqiu made a public announcement. Zhenqiu's words were quickly conveyed to Yixing by a deacon of the sect. When Yixing heard it, he smiled faintly. Yixing replied, "As long as Zhenqiu slaps himself and apologizes to me in front of all the inner disciples, the duel on the life and death arena can be cancelled." Otherwise, I will take his head a month later. The two of them did not give in to each other. Instead, the smell of gunpowder was even stronger. Everyone could see that the duel between the two of them was inevitable. The mediation of the sect was ineffective. Everyone was looking forward to the duel between Yixing and Zhenqiu Si in a month's time. During the spring festival, I was busy in my hometown and basically did not go online. I was busy and had fun, but I did not update for 10 days. I am sorry, very sorry. With Archer God's previous monthly votes, as long as I updated during the spring festival, I would definitely be in the top 10. However, because I did not update for 10 days, my monthly votes fell out of the top 10. What a pity. I can only blame myself for this. When I write, I need to integrate my spirit into the fantasy world of the book. However, during the spring festival, I went to visit my relatives every day. I lived a very realistic life. So realistic that my spirit did not have the time to look into the world of the book. Therefore, I did not have the intention to write for 10 days. In March, I will make up for the missing chapters. Last month, I did the math once. 1 chapter a day, I owed 21 chapters. Now that I have another 10 days, plus the 2 days I did not update on the 16th and 17th, I owe another 12 chapters. Therefore, I owe a total of 33 chapters. Brothers, don't worry. I will definitely pay back these 33 chapters in March. I will drive from my hometown to Liaoning on the 3rd of March and arrive at Lighthouse City in Liaoyang on the 5th. I will first stay at my wife's grandfather's house for a day. On the 6th, I will go to Shenyang to meet my friends. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the missing chapters in February. I will definitely pay it back by the end of the month. Chapter 214. Back Mountain. Yixing held the purple feather spear and brandished it according to the moves in the dark spirit spear art. Purple light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. However, although the moves were displayed in a decent manner, it was just an empty shell. In any case, it could not reach the terrifying power described in the secret manual. When Yixing displayed the dark spirit spear art, it did not look like a middle-grade spirit martial art. It was even worse than a low-grade spirit martial art. It seemed to be an ordinary martial art that paid attention to the changes in moves. Of course, the dark spirit spear art was not that bad. However, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear art was not even at the entry level. As such, he could not display the slightest power of the dark spirit spear art. Yixing followed the moves in the secret manual and practiced several times in a row. However, he did not make any progress. Although he circulated his celestial essence according to the dark spirit spear art, there was no special effect. It was no wonder that after the Falling Star sect obtained the dark spirit spear art, no one had been able to successfully cultivate it for more than 700 years. It was simply impossible to practice the dark spirit spear art. With Yixing's martial arts talent, he had no clue how to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. One could imagine that without any conditions, it would be impossible to practice the dark spirit spear art. The sun rose and set, and the day quickly passed. Yixing did not use the power of the black hole astrology. Cultivating for a day did not have the slightest effect. Although the black hole astrology looked like a huge dark star to outsiders, Yixing did not want others to know that he could use the astrology to cultivate dark attributed martial arts. After returning to his residence and having dinner, Yixing went to the back mountain to cultivate. It was not until night fell that Yixing used the black hole astrology. At this moment, darkness shrouded the area. Although it was not so deep that one could not see their fingers, it was still difficult to see 3 feet. At this time, Yixing used the black hole astrology. Everything above him was pitch black, and no one could see anything. As soon as he used the black hole astrology, Yixing felt that his surroundings had turned into a world of darkness. It was much darker than a normal night, and he could not even see his own fingers in front of him. At this time, Yixing was like an emissary of darkness. The darkness in all directions had become his sense of touch. Everything in the darkness, even the slightest change in a radius of several miles, Yixing could clearly sense it. This was even clearer than a superbrain scan. Whoosh! With a flash of purple light, the purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. Undercurrents were surging. A thought flashed through his mind, Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing immediately started cultivating according to the moves recorded in the Dark Spirit Spear art. At the same time, the celestial essence within his body also started circulating according to the method recorded in the secret book. As expected, although Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear art was still powerless, Yixing felt completely different from during the day. During the day, he did not feel anything. No matter how many times he cultivated, it was like he was doing something useless. But now, he felt that he was going in the right direction. Yixing was overjoyed. The black hole astrology was indeed useful for cultivating the Dark Spirit Spear art. In this way, he could definitely master the Dark Spirit Spear art. Now, there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to master the Dark Spirit Spear art within a month. He needed to at least reach the entry level. The entry level of the middle level spiritual martial art was equivalent to the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art. Yixing was very sure that as long as he mastered the Dark Spirit Spear art, he would definitely be able to defeat Zhenqiu Si. Zhenqiu Si was only a 3-star martial saint. The possibility of him reaching the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art he had learned was very small. At that time, in terms of martial arts, he would not be able to compete with Yixing. In terms of celestial essence strength, although Yixing's cultivation was one realm lower, he cultivated the pure essence technique. Therefore, he was not inferior to Zhenqiu Si, who was one realm higher. His celestial essence was not inferior, his martial arts were better, and his weapon was also stronger than Zhenqiu Si's. On the life and death arena, killing Zhenqiu Si would definitely be a piece of cake. The Dark Spirit Spear art did not have many moves, so Yixing quickly finished practicing it. Although he had finished practicing the moves, there were still a lot of lingering feelings in his heart, which made Yixing recall a lot. Even in this state, the difficulty of cultivating the Dark Spirit Spear art was still very high. However, Yixing was 100% confident that he could master the Dark Spirit Spear art and reach the entry level within a month. Yixing did not rush to practice the first time. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, keeping the black hole astrology unchanged. He felt the lingering feelings of the previous cultivation. After comprehending the lingering feelings, Yixing still did not rush to practice the second time. Instead, he continued to feel the darkness around him. Yixing's purpose was obviously not just to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art to the entry level. What he pursued was the minor accomplishment, the great accomplishment realm, and even the perfection realm one day. It was easy to cultivate to the entry level, but the minor accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. The great accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. Therefore, the hope of reaching the perfection realm was very slim. If one wanted to have achievements in martial arts, diligence was only one of the reasons. Comprehension was more important. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's perception of the darkness could be said to be insightful. Under such a state, comprehending the power of darkness could be said to be the most suitable. If he could comprehend the force of darkness, then Yixing's cultivation of darkness attribute martial arts would be twice the result with half the effort. He would be able to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear art to the minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and even perfection realm. To others, darkness was like a prison that prevented a martial artist from exploring the world. But to Yixing, who possessed the black hole astrology, the darkness was like his eyes. It was like his sense of touch. He could feel any changes in the darkness. Although the range of darkness that Yixing could sense was limited, Yixing believed that as his comprehension of the force of darkness increased, the range of darkness that he could sense would also expand. If he could control the darkness, he would become a true emissary of darkness, the king of darkness. The force of darkness was not something that could be comprehended just because one said so. even if Yixing had excellent conditions that others did not. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The east was white and the sky was about to brighten. Yixing had a lot of feelings about darkness. But he was still far away from truly comprehending the force of darkness. Yixing withdrew the black hole astrology and returned to his residence from the back mountain. At this time, the sky was already bright. Yixing rested for a while in his residence. After breakfast, he lay on his bed and slept. Since he was cultivating at night, he naturally had to rest during the day. Although Zhenqiu did not think much of Yixing, he was very concerned about Yixing's performance on the life and death arena. After all, it was a battle of life and death. When he first heard that Yixing was cultivating martial arts in the back mountain, Zhenqiu did not think that Yixing could reach a high level in 1 month. Later on, when he heard that Yixing had exchanged the dark spirit spear art for the middle spiritual martial art from the martial pavilion, Zhenqiu was even more disdainful. Who did not know that the dark spirit spear art was a martial art that no one had successfully cultivated since the establishment of the Falling Star sect? Who did Yixing think he was? Did he think that he could surpass all the talents of the Falling Star sect since its establishment? Zhenqiu was very disdainful of this. He did not think that Yixing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art, especially in 1 month. It was absolutely impossible. As a result, Zhenqiu looked down on Yixing even more and was even more disdainful. Today, Zhenqiu heard that Yixing did not come out of his residence after breakfast. According to the deacon who was checking the room, Yixing was sleeping in his residence. Zhenqiu laughed even more loudly. It seems that he knows that he can't cultivate the dark spirit spear art no matter what. He might as well daydream. Ha ha ha. The trace of vigilance and caution towards Yixing disappeared with a laugh. In Zhenqiu's eyes, Yixing had completely become an ant that he could step on at any time. Yixing slept for the entire morning and woke up punctually at noon. After lunch, he went to the back of the mountain and pretended to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. However, he did not cultivate much and had more time to rest. It was not until night fell and darkness shrouded Yixing did he begin his real cultivation. On the second night, Yixing was still comprehending the darkness. On the third night, in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed and it was the 10th night. For 10 consecutive nights, Yixing had been comprehending the darkness in the dark world of the black hole astrology. The darkness around him was like his sense of touch, allowing him to sense everything around him clearly. As time passed, Yixing's perception range in the darkness became wider and wider. His spirit and the darkness became more and more harmonious, and his understanding of the darkness became deeper and deeper. Finally, on this night, Yixing's perception of the darkness underwent a qualitative change. His perception range in the darkness suddenly doubled. Moreover, Yixing could sense everything in his perception range more clearly. Even the movement of the antennae on the head of an ant, Yixing could clearly see it. Yixing was overjoyed. He had finally taken the first step. He had comprehended the dark force. Everything in the world had its own force. Even a genius martial sage who could comprehend the force of heaven and earth was very impressive and rare. As for Yixing, he had comprehended the wind force by chance before becoming a martial sage. Now, with the help of the dark world formed by the black hole astrology, he had comprehended the dark force. In the entire world, it was unknown whether it was unprecedented or not. At least, it was unique in the current era. Yixing had a smile on his face as he immediately withdrew the black hole astrology. The dark world formed by the black hole astrology naturally disappeared along with it. However, Yixing's perception of the darkness did not disappear. The darkness around him was still like his sense of touch, and he could sense everything. However, the clarity and range of his perception were much smaller than when he had been under the black hole astrology. However, this already proved that Yixing had comprehended the dark force and had a certain degree of control over the power of darkness. Of course, compared to the entire dark force, what Yixing had comprehended was only a very small part. In the future, he still had a very long way to go in terms of comprehending the dark force. However, even if it was a very, very small trace of dark force, it was still an incredible existence. If one did not have an innate darkness constitution, even an enlightened being would not be able to comprehend dark force. In this regard, Yixing was ahead of countless warriors. Most importantly, Yixing had comprehended the dark force. Even though it was not inferior to the black hole astrology, he still had the conditions to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. Even during the day, Yixing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art effectively. It's March, and I will continue to update at the beginning of the month. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the 33 chapters 10 in February. It's almost Monday. I'm asking for a recommendation ticket and a guaranteed monthly ticket from my brothers. Thank you. Chapter 215. Even though he had comprehended the dark force, Yixing still rested most of the time during the day. Even in the afternoon, when Yixing was practicing the dark spirit spear art, Yixing was just putting on a show. Most of the time, he was sitting cross-legged and practicing the dark spirit spear art in his super brain. At night, Yixing wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivating the dark spirit spear technique. As a middle-grade spiritual martial artist, the dark spirit spear art was not something that could be successfully practiced from the aspect of the art. Proficiency in the art was only a prerequisite. The real advancement of the art depended on the comprehension of the soul. The reason why martial arts were called martial arts was not because of the word martial, but because of the word Tao. This was because martial arts had the Tao realm. Without the Tao realm, martial arts were just ordinary martial arts. Above the spiritual martial artist, all martial arts had their own Tao essence. Only by comprehending the Tao essence could one improve their martial arts attainment. Only after becoming a martial sage could a martial artist cultivate the spiritual martial artist and comprehend the Tao essence of martial arts. Therefore, breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a martial sage was the true beginning of martial arts. As for the star tempering realm, ordinary martial artists could only cultivate ordinary martial arts. They could not even be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. The super brain could quickly improve one's skills, but it could not improve the Tao essence. Yixing needed to comprehend it through practice. Of course, the super brain was still very useful in comprehending the Tao essence. This was because Yixing's brain was much better than other martial artists. Therefore, Yixing's comprehension ability was also very outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people. No one in the Falling Star sect knew that the dark spirit spear art, which no one had been able to cultivate in the past 700 years, was being practiced by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing had already comprehended the Tao aura and opened the door. It was only a matter of time before he mastered the dark spirit spear art. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts was already much easier. After comprehending the dark force, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just one night, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had made qualitative progress, reaching the entry level. Yixing had used 10 nights to comprehend a trace of the power of darkness. But because he had comprehended a trace of the power of darkness, he had only used 1 night to master the dark spirit spear art. If he had not comprehended the power of darkness, Yixing estimated that he would have needed at least half a month to master the dark spirit spear art. There was a difference of 4 days. If the difference of 4 days was not big, then he had only reached the entry level. What if he had reached the entry level? The difficulty would be 10 times higher. If Yixing needed half a month to master the dark spirit spear art to the entry level, then he would need at least a year to master it to the entry level. Perhaps he would need at least 10 years to master it to the entry level. And after comprehending the dark force, this time could be shortened by more than 10 times. It was not just a difference of 4 days, but a difference of several years, or even 10 years. Sharpening a knife would not delay the cutting of firewood. This saying was indeed true. The entry-level dark spirit spear art was not weaker than the entry-level lower spiritual martial art. With his current strength, Yixing was more than 80% sure that he could kill Zhenqiu. Even if there was a difference of one level between them and Yixing did not plan to use his astrology, he was still very confident. However, he and Zhenqiu had already agreed to fight in a month. This matter was known to all. Naturally, there was no need to change it. There were still 19 days left. Yixing planned to continue practicing the dark spirit spear art and increase his attainment. 1 month later, on the life and death arena, it would be either life or death. Yixing did not only have 80% confidence, he had to have absolute confidence in winning. Therefore, he had to continue consolidating his attainment in the dark spirit spear art. It would be best if he could cultivate it to the level of minor accomplishment. It would be a surefire way to kill Zhenqiu Temple. However, even if he couldn't reach the level of minor accomplishment, he had to try his best to reach the level of minor accomplishment in order to maximize his chances of winning. It was not easy to be reborn in the Star Land. Yixing did not want his life to end in the hands of Zhenqiu so soon. In this life and death battle, he had to survive. Therefore, he could only let Zhenqiu die. He had to kill Zhenqiu. Time passed by day. Every day, Yixing would sleep in the morning and practice the dark spirit spear art at the back of the mountain in the afternoon. It seemed that there was no progress, and few people paid attention to him. During this period of time, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had fought twice because of the star crystal load. However, Lin Fenghua had set up layers of level 3 formations around the star crystal load. Moreover, Lin Xiuyuan, the Grand Elder of the had come out of seclusion and participated in the battle. He had defeated the Grand Elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Bianchan, so the Falling Star sect had the upper hand in both battles. However, at the same time of victory, there were some people who were puzzled. Because in the battle over the star crystal load, the Dongfu sect's supreme elder Du Bianxiong had not appeared. Du Bianxiong was also a 3-star venerable. If Du Bianxiong took action, the Dongfu sect would have 2 3-star venerables working together. Even if the Falling Star sect had the advantage of formations, it would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the Dongfu sect. Because of the 2 victories, the Falling Star sect's disciples were intoxicated with the victory of their sect. No one had the time to pay attention to Yixing. No one had expected that the dark spirit spear technique that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to successfully learn since the establishment of the sect 700 years ago, had already been learned by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing's attainment in the dark spirit spear technique was still improving at a rapid speed. From the initial stage to the initial stage, it seemed that there was not much difference. However, for a middle stage spiritual martial force, it was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Many martial saints would remain at the initial stage for their entire life after they had started cultivating the middle stage spiritual martial force. Only marquis martial saints had the hope of reaching the initial stage. For marquises, perhaps it was not difficult to cultivate a middle-tier spiritual martial art to the small success stage. However, for middle-tier martial saints, it was extremely difficult. For beginner-tier martial saints, it was simply impossible. For example, it wasn't difficult for an adult to carry something that weighed more than 50 kilograms. However, for a 13 or 14-year-old child, it was extremely difficult. For a 7 or 8-year-old child, it was simply impossible. A martial artist's comprehension ability would increase as their cultivation level increased. It was just like how a normal person's strength would increase as they grew older. Therefore, for some advanced martial techniques, martial artists could not learn them at the beginning. However, when their cultivation level reached a certain level, they could learn them. Even if the cultivation level was much higher than the martial technique realm, it would not be difficult to learn them. For example, when a perfected person cultivated a middle-stage spiritual martial force, it would be a matter of course. However, there would always be exceptions. For example, some 13 or 14-year-old children would have strength that far surpassed their peers and could carry 100 pounds of weight. Some of the more talented ones could even carry 100 pounds of weight at the age of 7 or 8. If Yixing could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique when he was an initial stage martial saint, it would be as shocking as a 7 or 8-year-old normal child carrying 100 pounds of weight. It would be extremely rare in the world. It was the last day of the 1-month deadline. Yixing's attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique had already reached the limit of the initial stage. He was only half a step away from the initial stage. It was like there was a thin barrier between them. After breaking through this barrier, Yixing's attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique would reach the next level and reach the initial stage. Its power would greatly increase. Although Yixing was almost certain that he could kill Zhen Qiuxi with his attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, Yixing still hoped that he could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique before the battle of life and death. As long as the Dark Spirit Spear technique reached the initial stage, even if there were any accidents during the battle of life and death, Yixing would not need to use the power of the astrology. He would be able to crush all the initial stage martial saints. Yixing would not even be afraid of a 4-star martial saint. Without using the power of the astrology, he would dare to fight with the spear in his hand. That night, Yixing was not in a hurry to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Instead, he sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. More haste, less speed. Blindly cultivating might not be the best path. At certain moments, an appropriate pause might lead to unexpected results. Yixing sat quietly. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when he first arrived at the Star Continent. In the past year or so, he carefully recalled his journey in the Star Continent. Faces, events, battles, all of them appeared in Yixing's mind. His experiences in the past year or so were really complicated and changed. They surpassed his life in his previous life. Until now, Yixing's memories of his previous life had become fainter and fainter. 9 out of 10 of his memories were his experiences in the past year or so in the Star Continent. In these experiences, there were joys, sorrows, people he missed, people he cared about, people he respected. Of course, there were also enemies he hated. Every experience he recalled gave Yixing a different kind of emotion. Different experiences flashed in his mind, but the emotions generated by Yixing did not end with the end of the scenes in his mind. They changed one after another, settling down and intertwining with each other. At this moment, Yixing could be said to be filled with a myriad of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, concern, melancholy. All kinds of emotions intertwined, causing Yixing's mind to fluctuate to a level that he would not normally be able to feel. At this moment, Yixing felt a wave of anger in his heart that needed to be vented. Although his heart was not calm and his mind was restless, Yixing's mind flashed with a light. He did not forcefully calm his mind, but followed the anger in his heart. He stood up, raised his hand, and took out the purple feather spear. A set of Dark Spirit Spear arts was naturally displayed. At this moment, Yixing practiced the Dark Spirit Spear arts. He felt that there was something more compared to the past month of practice. After a set of Dark Spirit Spear arts was displayed, Yixing did not withdraw the purple feather spear. Instead, he maintained the posture of the spear, like a statue, standing still. He felt that the Dark Spirit Spear arts was a whole new world, but the feeling was still very hazy. He needed some time to slowly understand it. Yixing maintained the posture of the spear. After more than 2 hours, when half the night had passed, he suddenly moved. The corner of his mouth had a trace of a smile as he displayed the Dark Spirit Spear arts once again. However, this time, it was completely different. Yixing's cultivation of the Dark Spirit Spear arts had broken through to the small success stage. Author's note, in the process, I can only update once. I owe 36 chapters. In short, after the 10th of this month, I will go into seclusion to write. Chapter 216. Inner Gate Life and Death Ring. Today was the day of the life and death battle between Yixing and Jin Prison Temple. All the Inner Gate disciples in the sect had rushed over. Many Outer Gate disciples even came to the Inner Gate Square through their connections to watch the life and death battle between Yixing and Jin Prison Temple. Moreover, a few of the high and mighty core disciples also showed up one after another. Core disciples were the true elites of the younger generation in the Falling Star sect. There were not many of them, only about 20 of them. Each of them was a personal disciple of an elder and had a respected status. Core disciples were very talented. In the future, they would at least be marquis or even half-step to sage. There were even a few who would reach the sage realm and become inner gate elders. Therefore, even some inner gate deacons with high cultivation were respectful to the core disciples. The appearance of the core disciples showed that the life and death battle between Yixing and Jin Prison Temple had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. Senior Brother Ma Ji. Senior Brother Lu Ju. Senior Brother Gu Ming. Wherever the three core disciples passed, all the inner gate disciples made way for them and bowed respectfully. Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming had arrogant looks on their faces. They nodded slightly at the crowd and walked straight to the life and death ring. Among the three of them, Ma Ji was in the middle and stood slightly in front. Lu Ju and Gu Ming were half a step behind. It was obvious that Ma Ji was the leader of the three. Although the three of them were 4-star martial saints, in terms of cultivation, Ma Ji was the highest. He was at the peak of the 4th-level star vortex stage and was not far from becoming a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, in terms of strength, Ma Ji was the strongest among the three of them. Moreover, Ma Ji was the youngest. This showed that Ma Ji's potential was greater than theirs and his achievements in the future would be greater than theirs. Senior Brother Ma, the life and death battle between an inner gate disciple who became a martial saint by luck and Jin Prison Temple is not worthy of your attention. You're giving them too much face by coming to watch the battle. Gu Ming scanned the surroundings and then looked at the empty life and death ring. They had arrived a little earlier. He said unwillingly and flattered Ma Ji at the same time. Core disciples were the future leaders of the sect. When they were young, they had already started forming circles. Ma Ji himself was the direct disciple of the Falling Star sect's law enforcement elder. His brother Ma Ren was the direct disciple of the sect master. Lu Ju and Gu Ming walked together with Ma Ji and had always respected him. Lu Ju was a man of few words, but he nodded at Gu Ming's words. Ma Ji said indifferently, "If not for giving senior sister he face, why would I come to watch such a boring battle? An ant-like existence, relying on luck to become a martial sage, relying on luck to obtain 10,000 contribution points. Yet, he thinks that he is infallible, arrogant, and complacent. He thinks that by relying on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a 2-star martial sage, he can do whatever he wants in the inner sect. Humph. He had just become an inner disciple, yet he dared to accept the challenge to the arena of life and death with Zhenqiu Si, one of the top 10 inner disciples. The time limit was only 1 month. Did he think that he could enter the top 10 just by cultivating for a month? What a joke. Ma Ji obviously did not like Yixing and did not think highly of him. He saw him as an ant. As for the senior sister he that he mentioned, it was naturally He Hongjiao, the direct disciple of the sect master's wife. He Hongjiao was an 8-star martial sage, Tian Ming. Her cultivation was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm level 5. Among the core disciples, she was a well-known existence and was ranked at the top. Moreover, there were rumors that she and Ma Ren were a couple. Since there were rumors, they were naturally not groundless. He Hongjiao and Ma Ren were indeed close. Because of this, Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji, brought Lu Ju and Gu Ming to support Zhenqiu Si. Zhenqiu Si obviously did not have such great influence. This was all because of He Hongjiao. As soon as Ma Ji finished speaking, there was a commotion at the side. Senior sister He. Senior sister He Hongjiao. One after another, excited voices could be heard. It was He Hongjiao who had arrived. She was extremely popular in the Falling Star sect and was the goddess in many disciples' hearts. There were 2 female disciples who were the most popular. One was He Hongjiao and the other was Lin Tongyu. The former was the number 1 beauty among the core disciples while the latter was the number 1 beauty among the inner disciples. However, Lin Tongyu had become a core disciple half a month ago and no longer had the title of the #1 beauty among the core disciples. The two of them were known as the Falling Star Duo. He Hongjiao was 22 years old this year. She had an 8-star orange life and was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm level 5. It was impossible to determine He Hongjiao's age from her appearance. She wore a pink long dress and looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her skin was smooth and white, and her skin was like snow. She looked extremely pleasing to the eye and made countless female disciples feel ashamed of themselves. Zhenqiu Si arrived together with He Hongjiao. Although Zhenqiu Si was the main character of today's life and death battle, he was obviously ignored by the other disciples because he was walking together with He Hongjiao. Amidst the excited shouts, everyone's target was He Hongjiao and no one paid any attention to Zhenqiu Si. Perhaps there were some who called out to him, but it was completely drowned out by the crowd's shouts for He Hongjiao. No one heard the shouts of "Senior Brother Zhen" or "Senior Brother Zhenqiu Si." Zhenqiu Si walked behind He Hongjiao and heard the shouts of the disciples on both sides. He was very envious and hoped that he could have such a day and have such high popularity and prestige among the Falling Star sect's disciples. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Prison Temple would usually take the initiative to address him as Senior Brother Zhen when he met other inner court disciples. However, compared to He Hongjiao, his little bit of prestige was nothing at all. As long as I have enough strength, I will have such a day too. Prestige needs to be accumulated step by step. Today is a good opportunity to kill Yixing in front of everyone and let everyone see my strength and skills. They will admire and fear me from the bottom of their hearts. Zhenqiu Si thought to himself and clenched his fists involuntarily. Senior sister He Hongjiao led Zhenqiu Si forward and came to the side of Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming. The latter three nodded at He Hongjiao in greeting. Senior Brother Ma, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Gu. As an inner disciple, Zhenqiu Si's status was lower than Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. He also nodded at them one by one. The three of you are early. He Hongjiao nodded at Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. She looked around and frowned slightly. That kid is not here yet. Gu Ming laughed and said, that kid is obviously going to die in the life and death battle with Junior Brother Zhen. I'm afraid he is too scared to show up now. Why would he be in a hurry to die? The life and death battle has been agreed. It's not up to him to decide. Even if he doesn't show up, someone will catch him and put him on the life and death platform. Heh. Lu Ju, who had always been a man of few words, sneered. Ma Ji laughed coldly and said, let's not talk about how weak he is and how he became a martial sage by luck. Even if he is really strong and is a martial arts genius, he is still an ignorant fool who is fighting on the life and death platform with his status as an inner disciple and a pro-disciple. A mere inner disciple cannot kill a pro-disciple, even if it is on the life and death platform. Hehe, Zhenqiu Si smiled. In this life and death battle, not only did he have 100% confidence that he could kill Yixing, but he also had 100% assurance that his life would not be in danger. At this moment, the inner disciples at the side were in an uproar. The commotion caused was not smaller than when He Hongjiao had arrived. Other than He Hongjiao, there were only two other people who could cause such a commotion among the inner disciples. One was the eldest senior brother Ma Ren, a 9-star orange fate genius. He was the strongest among the younger generation of Thea's 6-star martial sage and a pro-disciple of the sect leader. He had a high prestige among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Ma Ren was not in the Falling Star sect at this moment. He had participated in the dispute with the Dongfu sect over the star crystal mineral lode and was still there. If it was not eldest senior brother Ma Ren, it would be the other one. As for the other one, it was naturally Lin Tongyu, who was known as the twin beauties with He Hongjiao. Lin Tongyu was once the first inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. 1.5 months ago, she had returned to the sect and was promoted to a core disciple because she had become a 4-star martial sage. Her father was the only formation elder of the Falling Stars sect and the only level 3 formation master. Her status was prominent. Her grandfather was the legend of the Falling Stars sect, Grand Elder Lin Xiuyuan. Her status was not ordinary. In terms of status, she was superior to He Hongjiao. In addition, her stunning appearance was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. Naturally, her fame was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. It was normal for her arrival to cause such a commotion. The twin beauties of the Falling Star sect were rarely seen. Today, they actually appeared in the inner square together. It was very unexpected for the inner disciples. It was reasonable for He Hongjiao to come because He Hongjiao was the senior sister of the Zhen prison temple. The two of them had the same master. This kind of senior-sister relationship was not comparable to other senior brothers and sisters in the same sect. But why was Lin Tongyu here? No one would believe that she was attracted by the duel. 99% of the inner disciples thought that this was a duel without any suspense. Yi Xing would be defeated miserably. Moreover, he would be defeated instantly. There was not much to see at all. Therefore, Lin Tongyu's arrival shocked the inner disciples. But what shocked them even more was that Lin Tongyu did not come alone. Instead, she came together with Yi Xing. Lin Tongyu and Yi Xing walked side by side towards the arena of life and death. Some of the inner disciples excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin." In the next moment, their mouths were agape and they were frozen in place like statues. They were completely stunned. Lin Tongyu came together with Yi Xing. What was the relationship between them? How did the two of them know each other? The inner disciples finally understood why Lin Tongyu came. It was because of Yi Xing. But why did Lin Danyu know Yi Xing? Why did she come together with Yi Xing? This was completely baffling and shocking. Zhen Prison Temple, He Hongjiao, and the rest were very surprised by Lin Tongyu's arrival. Their faces were filled with surprise. He Hongjiao was the first to calm down. She patted Zhen Prison Temple's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Zhen, once you enter the arena of life and death, no one can interfere. No one can stop you from killing that brat." Zhen Prison Temple's eyes flashed fiercely as he nodded his head. At this moment, Yi Xing jumped up like a wild goose and landed directly on the arena of life and death. Today's update is now at 37 chapters. Many people want to see me make a fool of myself. Previously, some people said that I was a eunuch. Now, I have updated. Those who said that I was a eunuch can get lost. Now, some people say that I won't pay back my debts. I can't tell these people to get lost yet. But sooner or later, you will all get lost. Not only will I pay back my debts, but I will also explode for several months this year. This is my habit. Every year, I will explode for at least half of the days. Chapter 217. Yi Xing's eyes were like swords as he glanced at Jin Qiuxi, "Come up and die." His tone was clean and decisive, as if he was saying something that was bound to happen. It was like saying at dusk that the sky was going to turn dark. It was like saying at dawn that the sky was going to turn bright. From Yi Xing's tone, he had already determined Jin Qiuxi's fate, death. Jin Qiuxi was naturally infuriated by his tone. The rest of the inner disciples also started to jeer. They thought that Yi Xing was too arrogant. Tisk, among the few core disciples, Ma Ji curled his lips and said in disdain, "This brat does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Junior brother Zhen, there is no need to be polite with him. If you kill him in more than 3 moves, you will be the one losing face." Even the beautiful He Hongjiao had a cold expression on her face. She said coldly, "There is no need for 3 moves. Junior brother Zhen, just use the universal fire and kill him in 1 move." The universal fire was the ultimate move of the flame blade technique. In the past month, Zhen Qiuxi had been practicing the flame blade technique. Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique was already close to mastery. In the past month, Hua Tianshu had often given him pointers, and He Hongjiao had also been practicing with him. Although the flaming saber technique had not reached mastery, Zhenqiu Si's universal extermination of fire had reached mastery under the guidance of Hua Tianshu and He Jiao. Its power was on par with the mastery of the flaming saber technique. It was extremely rare for an initial stage martial saint to be able to train an inferior stage spiritual martial force to the great completion stage. Once a lower stage spiritual martial force reached the great completion stage, then their strength would increase greatly. Although Zhenqiu Temple was only ranked 10th among the inner disciples, just the fact that he had reached the mastery stage of extinction of fire was enough to raise his ranking by several ranks. If a competition was held, Zhenqiu Temple could definitely charge into the top 5 of the inner disciples, or even the top 3. Killing Yixing was not only Zhenqiu Si's personal grudge, it was also Hua Tianshu's order. The reason why He Hongjiao was so concerned about this battle was not because of Zhenqiu Si, but because of her teacher, Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's order was to kill Yixing as soon as possible. Hua Tianshu was very clear about Zi Shanho's hatred towards her. She couldn't let anyone who came from Zi Shanho's side achieve anything. Otherwise, they would become a huge problem in the future. Zhenqiu Si nodded solemnly and leaped into the life and death ring. The life and death stage was guarded by a half-step enlightened being elder. When Yixing and Zhenqiu Si both got on the stage, an old man in his 60s floated out from a nearby building. Elder Wang. All the inner disciples shouted in unison. The core disciples also nodded their heads slightly to show their respect. There weren't many true masters in only a dozen or so. Every one of them held a high position and was the head of a department. For example, the Enforcement Elder, Affair Elder, Sect Affairs Elder, Formation Elder, Martial Pavilion Elder, and so on were all Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. The Falling Star School was a big family with many things to do. Even though the true Immortal Elders were the top figures in each department, they would be too busy to manage everything. Therefore, the ones who were really in charge were the half-true Immortals. The half-step Enlightened Masters all had real power in their hands. Even the core disciples had to treat them with respect. The half-step Enlightened Master guarding the life and death ring was named Wang Shi. He belonged to the Affair Hall, which was in charge of all the internal affairs of the sect, including the fights between the disciples. Wang Shi stood on the life and death ring and glanced at Yixing and Zhenqiu Si. One of them would die in the life and death ring. Wang Shi obviously didn't care who would live and who would die. Wang Shi said, "In the life and death ring, there is no winner, only life and death. You too, once the battle starts, you can't back out. Have you thought about it?" Yixing and Zhenqiu Si both nodded with confidence in their eyes. Wang Shi sighed inwardly. He had been guarding the life and death ring for more than 10 years. Although the disciples rarely went on the life and death ring, Wang Shi had seen a few life and death battles. In every life and death battle, both sides were full of confidence. They thought that the one who would die in the battle would be the other, and the one who would survive would be themselves. However, no matter how confident they were, one of them would definitely die. If the other was lucky, he would be able to defeat his opponent and come out unscathed. If he was unlucky and the two of them were of similar strength, if one of them died, the other would definitely not have a good ending. In the few life and death battles that Wang Shi had seen, the victors had won completely. There was not a single person who came out unscathed. There was only one person who was lightly injured, and another who was seriously injured. As for the rest, although they had killed their opponents, they had also suffered fatal injuries. After the battle, they either didn't live for long before dying, or their bodies were crippled and they were barely hanging on. Therefore, Wang Shi didn't like the disciples who went on the life and death ring. This was because there was a 90% chance that both sides would be injured. Wang Shi didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and 8 formation flags flew out and stood in 8 directions of the life and death ring. A formation light shield covered the entire life and death ring. Yixing was surprised. Elder Wang was a formation master. The formation he had set up was the 8-gate formation. The 8-gate formation was a grade 2 formation. A grade perfection 8-gate formation was sufficient to trap a noble grade martial sage. When the grade perfection 8-gate formation enveloped the life and death arena, there was no way out. If one fought inside, one would either die or live. Let's start. Wang Shi said indifferently. His body flashed and he passed through the formation light shield, leaving the life and death ring. As the array master, Wang Shi was not restricted by the formation light shield. After Wang Shi left, a ferocious smile appeared on Jinqiu Si's face. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as they locked onto Yixing. At the same time, around the life and death ring, all the warriors, be it inner disciples, core disciples, or sect deacons, were energized. Their eyes were focused on the life and death ring. They were paying attention to the life and death battle that could erupt at any time and end at any time. He. Jinqiu Si laughed. Yixing, let's see how you can survive this time. He. The only thing you can leave behind is your last words. Yixing raised his hand and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was the purple feather spear. With the spear in his hand, Yixing's temperament changed drastically. He changed from a gentle prince to a conquering general with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Yixing was not as emotional as Jinqiu Si. He was calm as usual. He pointed his spear at Jinqiu Si and said, "The one who will leave behind his last words is you." Jinqiu Si was furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With this roar, the flame celestial essence in Jinqiu Si's body started to boil. A ball of almost transparent flame rose from his body. The temperature around him suddenly rose sharply. The spiritual weapon in Jinqiu Si's hand turned red in an instant. Then, with a flash of sparks, it burned with raging flames. 8 desolation flames. Jinqiu Si roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. In an instant, Jinqiu Si's figure disappeared and the flaming saber light flashed. Flaming saber light shot out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 flaming saber lights. Each flaming saber light was dozens of feet long and contained a terrifying power. They came from 8 directions and slashed at Yixing at the same time. 8 flaming saber lights from 8 directions. Each of the saber lights was connected to each other and the power circulated endlessly. No matter how he fought back, unless he destroyed all 8 flaming saber lights at the same time, it would be useless. 8 desolation flames, 8 flaming saber lights appearing at the same time. This is the ultimate move of the flaming saber technique. Has Senior Jinqiu Si's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm? As soon as Jinqiu Si made his move, the inner disciples below the life and death ring immediately exclaimed. At the same time, a large number of martial sages exclaimed. Obviously, they were shocked by Jinqiu Si's saber technique. Impossible. If Jinqiu Si's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm, he wouldn't be the 10th inner disciple. He would be the first inner disciple. He must have practiced the 8 desolation flames diligently for the past month and was guided by an expert to reach the great completion realm instead of the entire flaming saber technique reaching the great completion realm. A knowledgeable and well-informed person said. In the blink of an eye, while the martial sages were still exclaiming, the 8 flaming saber lights had already surrounded Yixing and engulfed his figure. In the eyes of the martial sages, it didn't matter whether Jinqiu Si had reached the great completion realm or the entire flaming saber technique. This move was enough to take Yixing's life. Moreover, Yixing would die without a complete corpse. Such a terrifying move was enough to split Yixing's body into pieces. However, this was not the case. Suddenly, Yixing's voice came out from the flames, "This is your martial arts attainment after a month of hard work?" His voice was full of disdain. As Yixing spoke, the purple feather spear in his hand moved. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Undercurrent Surge. Yixing had only displayed the power of the Dark Spirit Spear Technique to the beginner level. However, he had integrated the power of darkness into it. When the purple feather spear stabbed out, it turned into darkness. The darkness spread instantly. It first surrounded Yixing, then the 8 flaming saber lights, and then the entire life and death ring. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise rang out. The eyes of the martial sages were filled with shock at this moment. The life and death ring suddenly turned dark. It seemed like the 8 flaming saber lights had been destroyed in an instant. Of course, the power of darkness of the spear was not enough to destroy the 8 flaming saber lights. However, under the cover of the power of darkness, the 8 flaming saber lights could not be seen. The moment the darkness enveloped the life and death ring, the purple feather spear turned into a surging undercurrent and swept out. The 8 flaming saber lights were all destroyed by Yixing's move. The darkness that enveloped the life and death ring only existed for a moment. When the darkness disappeared, everything returned to normal. The 8 flaming saber lights were no longer around Yixing. There were only a few flaming sparks left. Dark. Power of darkness. Zhenqiu Si, who was on the life and death ring, and the martial sages below the life and death ring all exclaimed in unison. This chapter was written yesterday. I was at my wife's grandfather's house last night. I couldn't enter the Qitian platform and couldn't update. Everyone. Wei. There was a message in the letter. Some readers knew about it, but some didn't. Sorry. I updated a chapter yesterday and I'm overdue for 38 chapters. I'm back in Shenyang today. I'll update at least 2 chapters. The updates will stabilize in the future. It seems that I can start updating before the 10th. Brothers, please pay attention to my gong. Everyone. Wei. Letter, EK chocolate, if there's anything, I'll announce it in the letter. Also, I'll publish Yixing's picture in the letter tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.